100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/radio. That's forhims.com/radio for your free online visit. forhims.com/radio.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Doing good feels good. At shareomaha.org, find hundreds of ways to give your volunteer time from Blair to Springfield, Wahoo to the riverfront. Get connected to nonprofits that matter to you. Find your fit now at shareomaha.org.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John?
How did you read that from that angle?
I am one of the world's best seers.
Nice. And you can read.
I can read and see.
Literate happer. The literate boy.
Yes.
Good for you.
That's awesome. How far are you in your book? Oh, have you read any more of your book?
0 more pages. But remember, people forget about the College World Series. I was too busy to read.
He was.
But
good point.
That's not an excuse for the last couple of years.
Well, you're unwinding now. You're trying to get back into a routine. You know, the reading wasn't a part of your regular routine, so you got to kind of restart that.
Thank you, John.
I understand. I understand where you are. I'm still foggy on what day this is.
Thursday.
Same here. Yeah.
I had to think about it for a minute.
I think I finally got calibrated today.
Well, on Tuesday, I said like something about tomorrow being Friday.
I thought it was Thursday on Tuesday. Yes. I don't know why. I felt like it was Thursday.
At least you had an excuse because you did a Sunday show. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know.
It's College World Series, man.
I think that's what it was. It used to end sometimes on Wednesdays, and so you'd come back on Thursdays.
Yes, so.
Maybe that's what I was thinking.
Whatever.
I got nothing.
I got a question for you guys and you guys only. Not a question for Nick.
But not for Nick.
Not for Nick.
Okay. Go away, Gen Z.
How do you guys feel about Fall Out Boy's rendition of We Didn't Start the Fire?
Haven't listened to it, and I think I'm going to try to avoid it.
I agree.
I've seen lots of takes about it.
Yes.
Yes, mostly from Nick.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, Nick's the only place I've actually heard of this song.
Is he still doing a Twitter thread about it?
Yeah, like
I didn't do a Twitter thread on it.
Like the organist?
Like the organist? Okay. I saw a few tweets.
I did
Nick.
one tweet about it, then I did some
one.
retweets.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's the only place I've known that they...
tweet.
Because initially I thought...
I saw like a list of things mentioned in it. Because it's like...
No, those were just the lyrics.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'd just like to say, Nick, I loved it. I thought it was
Did you?
great. I have no complaints.
See, that's interesting to me.
No, I don't. I'm just trying to trigger you. So,
no, because I know you're a Billy Joel fan,
gaslighting
so I'm
you.
confused. I was confused.
No, what's your complaint about it again?
The big one is part of the appeal of the original is that it's in chronological order.
It is.
And it's very well done. Like
it is
it's
very
cool.
well done.
And then it rhymes and it sounds good. So this one, it's not in chronological order, and they also rhyme George Floyd with Metroid.
I know. I heard that part.
They put Sandy Hook and Columbine and
What's
George
Metroid?
Floyd, a video game, a Nintendo video game. So they put Sandy Hook, Columbine, and George Floyd in the same verse as Metroid, the video game.
Well, but that was also the magic of the original song, is it sometimes matched up things that didn't relate, but they rhymed.
Right. But that brings me back to the chronological order thing, but it's also extremely problematic.
Okay, so Fall Out Boy's not Billy Joel.
Which is weird because they're genuinely great songwriters. This just throws me off completely. I don't know why they thought this song was good. I don't know why. Like, it's the same band that brought us the line, "I'm just a notch in your bedpost, but you're just a line in a song."
You remember that song?
Yes.
I love Billy Joel.
So your biggest
That was Fall Out Boy there.
if we had managed to do this chronologically, you would be okay with it.
I'd be more okay with it, but also they still rhymed Metroid and George Floyd. That's
It does rhyme. It does rhyme,
but it's
though.
in poor taste.
No, it's not.
It's the whole
song is in poor taste. They're just mentioning
it is
bad
not in poor
things.
taste. It's not in poor taste.
And the video game.
Because
Is the video
again,
game bad?
It's
No, the video game's great.
Okay.
It's the same thing as the
Yeah, give
original
us
song.
what rhymed in the original one. Let's go back to.
Oh, I bet Billy Joel had some questionable things in the original.
Harry Truman, Doris Day, Red China, Johnny Ray. First line.
Who's Johnny Ray?
Great question.
Nick, who's Johnny Ray? He's an American singer.
All right. So here's a line: Joe McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Studebaker Television.
North Korea, South Korea.
If I'm Richard Nixon, I'm pissed off that I'm in the same line with Joe McCarthy.
If you're Richard Nixon, you're pissed off that you got caught doing something
I
illegal.
guess, why is it problematic to rhyme George Floyd with Metroid?
It's not.
It's just because, like, the whole George Floyd thing, that was, as you all know, a very big pivotal moment in this country.
People
very
do
divisive
not
moment.
forget. Richard Nixon got 2 mentions in the original because remember it was Richard Nixon back again. So birth control, Ho Chi Minh, Richard Nixon back again. Richard Nixon got jobbed.
Yes,
he got
again,
tweet that out.
But that makes sense because Richard Nixon is as problematic as all of those things. It's such a weird
birth control.
No, birth control is not problematic. That's fine.
I'm tweeting this out.
Except for some people, it messes with their hormones, and then it's not good for them.
People forget.
It's not for everybody. It's just, it blows my mind. It's just baffling to me that they're like, let's name these school shootings and then this murder, but then also this video game from the 80s.
It's rhymes. You
But
wanted
again,
rhyming.
But again, that's the point. The point is it's about everything that happened. It's about important historical moments. It's about pop culture.
But then it
It's about
wasn't in
everything.
chronological order.
Okay, but that's the problem.
That's a problem.
That is yes. And I agree with you on that. But don't get triggered because a video game got lumped in with George Floyd. It's no different than
more lyrics.
Einstein, James Dean, Brooklyn's got a winning team.
Yeah. Oh, the Dodgers.
I mean, what is the Brooklyn Dodgers?
That's
have to do with
problematic because they
Einstein?
don't have a winning
but they
team
were in
anymore.
chronological order.
I'm not saying it has to be related if it was together. I feel like it would have been more impactful if those things were together because it kind of started out with like.
Now,
things that
I
were
would
similar.
understand your problem if I'm not even familiar with what Metroid is.
It's just an old video game. It's about your
How old is it?
Did it go
the
pew,
80s.
pew,
The first one was the 80s.
Okay, so
I
that's
figured
the
John would be
problem.
all into
So
it.
that's the problem.
Yeah.
Metroid was from the 80s. I don't.
Yeah,
I know all the 80s videos.
So apparently,
No, you
this
don't.
Fall Out Boy covered everything from 1988 until now.
Sorta.
What a year, 1988.
They tried to.
Here's another great line from the original: Pope Paul, Malcolm X, British politician sex.
Very problematic.
Very problematic.
But it was in order.
But yes. So if we just move the Metroid to where it should be.
So it should have been Metroid, and then they can eventually rhyme back to George Floyd.
Yeah.
Nick would have been okay with that.
What would have been what happened that year that rhymed with George Floyd?
In 2020,
2020?
COVID, people forget about that.
COVID doesn't rhyme with Floyd.
rhyme with
No.
George Floyd.
Yeah.
Okay.
What rhymes with COVID? Or you could have said Corona.
Did Fall Out Boy mention COVID?
I don't know if they did mention COVID.
Seems like a big thing to skip over.
They could have used the word quarantine.
That'd be
in the
like
song.
Billy
That would've
Joel
fit.
skipping Vietnam.
People forget about
We're
COVID.
just gonna skip
He
that
wrote like
part.
a whole album about Vietnam.
Amazing Danny says it doesn't matter though. It's one of Billy Joel's worst songs anyway. It was better when it was "End of the World as We Know It" by REM.
It's not a great Billy Joel
No,
song.
it's not a great Billy Joel song, but it's cool because it does cover things in chronological order. It's just very,
you know what
it's a cool concept.
You know what it did? Because I remember when the song came out.
Also,
it was like when I was in high school or college. I don't remember which, but there were a lot of things that were mentioned in this song that I wasn't familiar with, and it got me to go back and
did you get an
research
Encyclopedia Britannica?
Yes, because we didn't have the internet back then.
Mom, get the encyclopedia for
So,
me, please.
So you know that gripe I have with a good cover song of how a good cover song has to follow the same what's the
cadence?
Cadence, yes, but also
the rhythm?
No, like John Bishop. What's that called?
The rhythm?
Cadence.
No, there's a word for it. It's syllable structure. And a lot of it can be both. But it doesn't even do that well. They do that thing that a bad cover does where they just try to fit a word in and they try to fit it in with the cadence or the syllable structure, but it just doesn't work. But
not everything works seamlessly. They Fall Out
Then
Boy.
don't do it. Make it work.
I agree with that premise. Don't do it.
Just
we didn't
make it
need
work.
We didn't need another Billy Joel. We didn't start the fire updated from 1988.
But it's also really funny that the first words were Captain Planet, Arab Spring, LA Riots, Rodney King. That's ridiculous.
That's good.
That's good. Wait, you don't like that? That's good.
Not in chronological order.
No, it
That's
rhymes.
good,
It's just
Nick.
wild that it starts with Captain Planet. Was Captain Planet that big culturally?
Yeah, yes, it was actually. For
Would
my
you-
generation, it was.
It's notable.
I agree with
would-
Odson.
the
Nick is
first line-
overthinking it.
I wouldn't- I
He
wouldn't-
is totally overthinking it.
Jeez,
Yes.
that's a good starting line, actually.
It
I'm
is.
kind of intrigued by the song.
Go listen to the song.
Yeah, I might have to listen to the song on my way home tonight.
Because it's a good starting point because
Also, it doesn't have to be the biggest of everything. You just named a
No.
lot of random crap from the
Yeah.
original. Who was the guy that I had to Google?
Now-
It was this guy, Johnny Ray.
Johnny
who
Ray.
was Johnny Ray?
Johnny Ray, he was most famous in the 50s. Let's see. Does he have any songs that I've even heard of?
I think he shoehorned Johnny Ray in.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Captain Planet. Not everything has to be the biggest thing of all
Yeah,
time.
no. But it's a good starting point because it literally screams this is the late 80s.
Captain
mid
Planet
to late 80s.
Captain Planet, Arab Spring, LA Riots, Rodney King, Deep Fakes, Earthquakes, Iceland Volcano.
So that's
Okay,
where
now
it first took me
deepfakes-
out. Yeah, the deep
deepfakes-
fake is when I first
yeah,
got taken out because I'm like, that's okay. This isn't chronological. They're
Right.
just finding things that rhyme.
Maybe
You want to know who else should be upset? Bernie Getz.
Bernie Getz.
Bernie
Foreign
Getz.
debts, homeless vets, AIDS, crack, Bernie Getz. If I were Bernie Getz, I'd be very
Bernie
upset.
Getz.
So Bernie Getz is going to lose his mind.
He also rhymes Oklahoma City bomb with Pokemon, which is a bit of a stretch for a rhyme.
No.
Bomb mom.
Bomb
Yeah, no,
mom.
it worked.
Well, I
It's
never heard of this
technically not a
Bernie
rhyme.
Getz guy. Dang.
What Bernie Getz do?
Shot 4 young black men on a New York City subway train in Manhattan
Well, maybe he got what's coming.
in the 80s.
Well, he actually did, but
Yeah, in real life, yes.
I'm just looking for people who should feel like they're, victimized by Billy Joel.
Oh, you should like verse 2 though, John, because
Hmm.
more war in Afghanistan, Cubs go all the way again.
Yeah,
Nice.
The Cubs.
and
But that,
and it
but
rhymes
that
with Afghanistan.
Obama, Spielberg, explosion, Lebanon.
Obama, Spielberg. Look at Spielberg. Congrats to him.
he's important enough.
Unabomber, Bobbitt, John.
Yeah, he had to change it to say Bobbitt John, not John Bobbitt.
Do you know about John Bobbitt, Nick?
bombing Boston Marathon. I don't.
You don't know
Balloon
what happened
Boy.
to John? Oh,
I'm
Okay.
unfamiliar.
So
you know what happened.
Oh yeah,
Happer, do you know what happened with John Bobbitt?
I've heard the name a lot. I don't know. No.
His
John Wayne Bobbitt.
John
his
Wayne Bobbitt.
wife.
His wife.
She. What was it? Was it scissors?
Oh no, it was a knife.
Sliced off Little John.
Oh, that's not where that
tough.
goes. That's
Yeah.
It's not supposed to get sliced.
Ouch.
Bobbitt John bombing Boston Marathon, Balloon Boy, War on Terror, QAnon.
Balloon Boy.
Yeah, remember Balloon
Oh,
Boy?
I remember watching that in
Buttafuoco
college.
end up in this new song?
I don't think
Nothing
so.
on Buttafuoco.
Stranger Things and Tiger King fit in though.
Boris Johnson, Brexit, Kanye West and Taylor Swift, Stranger Things, Tiger King, Ever Given, Suez. We didn't start the fire.
Texter in 402 says, Nick, quit trying to be a music snob.
I'm not trying to be a music snob. I am a
is
music snob.
Yeah. Nick Odson says, Nick, I want it to rhyme. Also, Nick, this rhyme is bad. Also, Nick, but the order. Nick is moving the goalpost as per usual.
Also, I need to clarify something. I
Ooh,
feel
we
like
should do our own. We didn't start the fire. Where it's
Oh.
all Nickisms.
Oh, that'd
For
be
all
fun.
the things that have happened at 1620 The Zone.
And we'll go
out of order.
And we'll go out of order. So the end of the song will be Nick pops out of the vagina or whatever.
If I popped. That could be the actual main hook. Nick popped
out of the vagina.
It was 97.
My problem isn't that they rhymed.
Father was in heaven.
My problem isn't that it was George Floyd and a video game. I don't care that it was a video game. I just feel like they could have found a better rhyme because it's so jarring hearing Columbine, Sandy Hook, Columbine, Sandra Blandon, Tamir Rice, ISIS, LeBron James, Shinzo Abe blown away, Meghan Markle, George Floyd, Burj Khalifa.
Otto was right. He's
Metroid.
moving the goalpost again now. I don't even know what you're upset by anymore.
The problem is there's
I really don't
find something that rhymes with George Floyd, and you're just not happy with it. Like you're just.
They could have found a better. It's so jarring. It's
all right.
just
Nick,
so
come up
jarring.
with something to rhyme with
It's
George
not jarring.
Floyd.
I don't think
Avoid
it's jarring.
the Noid, George Floyd.
No, because that's out of order.
George Floyd, avoid the Noid. Avoid the Noid came before George Floyd.
Yeah, that was the
Floyd.
80s or 90s, wasn't it?
Has there been an asteroid?
Asteroid.
Yeah.
There's probably asteroids in 2020.
Hemorrhoid.
Hemorrhoid.
George Brett. Hemorrhoid. George Floyd. We didn't start the. Oh, wait. See, that's now also not in
Yeah, it's not in
order.
chronological order.
Yeah.
Oh, it could have. If they would have changed the organizations of the. I'm not necessarily mad about the things that they picked, but they could have been ordered differently. Like SpongeBob, Golden State Killer Cop, Michael Jordan 45.
Golden State
Woodstock
Killer
99.
actually happened in like the 60s. We figured out who it was a couple years ago.
Well, that's
probably
it
was caught.
Made the song. Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
I just don't think it's good.
Now it didn't have to exist.
I'm more disappointed that Fall Out Boy is the one that did it too, because they do legitimately. They're great songwriters, and then they did this.
I mean, the fact
Not
that
good.
Fall Out Boy is that they're great songwriters doesn't that make them qualified to write a song like this?
It does make them qualified to write a song like this,
Nick,
but they did it badly.
Even Patrick Mahomes throws interceptions.
This is true.
Can't all be perfect.
They should have included Patrick Mahomes in the song.
They should have actually. That would have been culturally significant. That would have been good.
He has been pretty good.
But you can't include everything.
Ketchup.
You can't include everything. Ketchup on a steak. Did Harambe make the song? Asks Zach.
No.
Harambe did not make the
Oh,
song.
Harambe.
Should have. And 9/11 wasn't mentioned until the very end.
Yeah, that's another wild line. It's second plane, World Trade. What else do I have to say?
I mean, I do understand what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jordan says Nick popped out the China. It was 97.
So
His dad was in heaven.
there's some lines that they just kind of threw in there that are like music ha-has, like Tom DeLonge and Aliens. That's not really culturally significant. That's just Tom DeLonge being weird.
Nick, not everything has to be like the most significant. It's just things.
I think you're just
No,
taking
but
it too
the-
literally.
Thing.
The original song was significant things.
No, we just
Not
found
all
this
of it.
random singer
They're
that
just
no
saying
one had
stuff.
ever heard
Like, Billy
of.
Joel is just saying people's names by
Nick,
the end
again.
of the song.
Yeah.
Again, Nick, this is Johnny Ray was mentioned. Why was Johnny Ray mentioned? What did he do that was
Nobody knows what Johnny Ray is.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Right.
That's the Tom DeLonge of the olden days. Johnny Ray.
Yeah.
Hula hoops.
It was
were
So
mentioned.
I was on the
Hula
phone when you guys were talking about, was Johnny Ray more significant in the 80s? Is that something when you heard it in the song? You're like, oh, Johnny Ray.
I have no idea. I had no idea who Johnny Ray
Yes.
was.
Okay.
But you see, that's the other thing. It's about finding things that rhyme, but it's also there are a lot of things that happen that they had their 15 minutes of fame and then they vanished.
Yeah, like the Balloon Boy, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
who cares about the Balloon Boy? But it was this.
Or the
it
little
was
girl who fell down in the well, right?
What's her name?
I don't even remember. now.
Oh, the little girl fell in the well.
I forgot about that.
I
too.
remember that.
Lassie tell people about that? I don't remember the little girl who fell down the.
Well,
Was that in the original one? Or is that
no.
Why didn't they mention? Why didn't Fall Out Boy mention Casey Anthony?
Casey
that's a good point.
Anthony.
Casey Anthony.
That was a big deal.
Is Colin
was.
Kaepernick the only sports reference in this entire song?
I don't know.
It's
Yeah,
Elon Musk, Kaepernick, Texas failed electric grid.
Texas failed electric grid. That was
Ooh,
that was recent.
People forget
That's
about
a good
that.
one. That's a good one.
Did he mention the Royals winning the World
Oh no,
Series?
Tiger Woods. I guess
Royals
they got
win.
Tiger Woods in here.
What does
and
it
then
say?
the Cubs.
What does it say around Tiger Woods?
Kurt Cobain, Pokemon, Tiger Woods, MySpace.
Okay, that's not any. Okay, I thought it was
I
gonna
don't
be
even
like
know how that
golf club
rhymes.
to the.
Golf club to the face.
Ran into a
Nick
tree.
popped out of the giant.
It's Nick popped out vagina if you want to match the syllable structure.
Yeah, Andy says
Thank
Nick
you.
should just get to writing his own version. Maybe to Nick, that's
That's
what-
Yeah.
a great idea.
Nick, you write one.
I could do it.
I could do it. He
I could do
says.
it.
Now,
I used to write
let's-
parody songs in middle school.
Now, let's
sure
set
they
the
were great.
parameters.
They were.
I'm
What's
sure.
the timeline?
Well, it would have
Because
to probably be a direct sequel, wouldn't it?
No.
Or should we
You
just do it like
this
in
is your
my
own.
lifetime,
This is
like
your
97 to now?
Okay, fine.
Whoa.
That's a good timeline.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
97 to now.
Okay.
As long as the chorus is Nick popped out the vagina.
I want to
But then
do
it'd
that
be
to
out
my
of
mom.
order. It'd be out of
You
chronological
already
order.
did it to your mom.
That's true, Nick. You did in 1997.
Yeah.
You know how the song goes.
Because the whole
It was
purpose of the song is
97.
this is Nick's life.
Yep.
Oh, how depressing do we want to get?
Nick,
this
you're
is
the
about,
writer.
These are about the things that impacted
Yeah,
your
what were the
life.
significant things in your
Yeah.
life?
Oh, that I don't want to go that angle.
The significant
Why?
cultural events. That impacted you.
Yeah.
Things that
Okay,
happened in your
Things
lifetime.
that happened in my lifetime.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is a great idea.
I think it's awesome.
I love it.
Because Nick's talking all sorts of trash on Fall Out Boy. So let's see if he can do better.
Yeah.
And
I bet
it's changing it up because we didn't start the fire. That's boring because it's already been done. But Nick popped out the vagina.
It's fun. It's different.
I bet Fall Out Boy makes an appearance in your song.
Oh,
They probably will because they're great, except for this song.
Hmm.
They're a great band. They had a big impact on my taste in music and the direction I went. My music taste.
And so big that because they didn't then turned heel and went bad, Nick had to improve on the formula by writing his own song.
Writing his own song.
I'm serious. You should do this. This would be good.
If it's good,
I would love to hear it.
Nick, if it's good, I mean, that would be really quite the accomplishment.
Because the idea is you're going to mention things, and some of them we won't get.
Mhm.
Like some of your video game things or some obscure music things, you know, or Formula One things. Hell, just do a Formula One song.
Oh, there you go, Nick.
Oh, that would be.
Engine broke.
Nobody
song.
passing.
Nobody's passing.
Engine broke. No one passed. Verstappen's kind of ass.
There you go.
Oh,
There it
whoa,
is.
We got a line.
There
We
it
got
is.
a line.
Andy
I'm
says
good at
Nick
writing
will be writing
songs.
about Twitter girls. Nick, do you write about Twitter
I
girls?
don't write about
put
Twitter
Frolf
girls.
in there. You can
Twitter
put Frolf
girl,
in there.
Frolf,
Frolf will get in
That'll
there.
be toward the end.
Call of Duty.
I did play a lot of Call of Duty. when I
Karen
was
says that
13.
Nick should write one for what he thinks will happen in the next 30 years.
Oh,
He could
no.
predict the
God.
future. Planet and climate change.
Water Wars, kind of strange.
There you go. There you go. You got it.
I'm good at writing songs. I used to
Wow.
write poetry as an edgy
Uh,
teenager. Of course I can write songs.
Joe says, I can't get Nick popped out the vagina out my head. It's a real earworm.
Really
It was
is.
97.
Yeah, we gotta
Apparently,
work
by
on
the
it.
way, Johnny Ray was well known at one point in time.
Exactly. He had 15 minutes of fame.
Amazing Daniel says he was the last huge pop singer pre-rock and roll. Elvis basically copped a bunch of his moves and stuff.
Whoa.
He's not just some singer.
Wow. Well, but
Elvis stole from
But-
Johnny Ray.
Elvis stealing
stole
from
from
another
Johnny
artist, I could never imagine.
oh, come on. We can't be disgracing Elvis like this.
It's okay to disgrace Elvis a little.
Make fun of Scott
He
Frost
already
in your
did to
song.
Richard
You
Nixon.
could.
Yep.
Richard Nixon sucked.
What did he do to deserve that?
What did he do to deserve this?
Richard Nixon got penance from Leonard Skinner when they said that Watergate doesn't bother me,
Nice. Congrats.
which is also an insane line. Watergate should bother you. That was a bad thing.
Well, it shouldn't bother you. I mean, you didn't have any, you know, as long as your business wasn't in Watergate and didn't get broken into.
Wow, this was an informative crossover.
Yes, it was. And now Nick's going to write us a song. Challenge.
Okay.
Do it. Yes.
Come on,
I wanna-
Nick.
I want to hear this. I truly want to hear this.
What do you think Billy Joel was talking about when he mentioned California baseball? What does that mean?
When they
That's
moved
the Dodgers
baseball
and
to
the Giants.
California?
But
The
it-
Dodgers and Giants moved to California.
But it was in no, like, it wasn't near the Dodgers reference. in
Well,
the
it's
song.
because he made an effort to try to make it rhyme, unlike Fall Out Boy.
Oh, I thought he was just shoehorning California baseball into the.
Well, yeah, he did. But-
Starkweather gets a mention. Good job by him.
Starkweather.
Yes.
A Nebraskan.
A Nebraskan.
Do you know about Charles?
No.
You don't know about Charles Starkweather?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've talked about
Yeah,
this. Because
Carol
then you
Ann,
started
his-
bragging about how Iowa
His
doesn't have serial
wife, or was she
killers.
just his
Oh,
girlfriend?
yeah.
Was Carol Ann just his
Carol
girlfriend?
Ann was the girlfriend.
Yeah. She lives in Michigan.
She does.
Get her on the show. I want to talk
Want
to
me to get
Carol Ann.
Carol Ann
She's
on the
living a
show?
normal life. It's just so weird to live a normal life
you-
after you murder a bunch of people.
Well, technically, she didn't do
Help
it.
murder a bunch of people. She was there.
She was in the car. She was
Something
riding
tells me
around.
she wouldn't just openly talk about it.
She doesn't do interviews. She's not done an interview.
She didn't write a
hasn't
book
done
called If I
interviews.
Did It.
She is not, no,
No.
because we know that she was there. Yeah. Carol Ann Fugate.
All right, Nick's
It's
gonna write us a
always
song.
burning since the-
Mhm.
Nick,
She's still alive, 79 years old. from Lincoln, Nebraska. Yikes. Tough look for Lincoln. Another point, Omaha.
Crime Town.
Crime Town. The original Crime Town.
Yeah.
How about this? She was married to some guy in 2007, and then he died in 2013.
Wonder how.
I don't know, officer. Mysterious circumstances.
Wow.
Oh,
Carol.
That's my favorite trope. Woman who clearly murdered her husband talking to the police.
Oh,
It's just a funny
Your
trope.
favorite trope.
I don't know what happened to
How
him,
could
officer.
little old me do something like that?
Got a boa. This is just nuts, I tell you.
Exactly.
yes. That can be the B side of the
B-side
of Nick dropped out. What was it, Nick?
Nick
Yes.
popped out the
Popped
China.
out the China.
He does.
I definitely
97.
don't think I dropped.
He does a one-man play.
Oh, Nick.
Not gonna do a one-man play.
Look, we're looking for content.
Sounded
for the
like
summer.
you were.
We're looking for summer content.
A one-man play.
One-man play where he's a woman who has clearly murdered somebody when the cops are about to find out.
Mm.
No, I didn't even do one-man plays when I was in speech in high school. I did improv. I stayed in my lane. I was improv and poetry.
Improv.
Do you have any of your poetry?
Yup, no one's ever gonna see it.
Bummer.
Why can't you put it to music?
No one's ever gonna see it.
We'll at least make it as a lyric in your song.
Maybe not.
I want to see some of Nick's poetry.
I like the no, you don't. I like the idea more of doing things that were culturally significant in the world during my lifetime in these 26 years than just things that were specific to me.
Well,
Yeah.
but it is your song.
No, that's Elton
There
John.
could be a bit of a cross, you know.
It should be your song.
That's Elton John.
No. This is you get to write this piece of material. You can do with it as you
You
please.
get to write the music.
Hey,
and then we get to critique it.
Ian, you want to help me do the instrumentals?
Oh, that'd be fun.
I want a kazoo. I want to
sure
do the
there's an
kazoo.
instrumental over, on We Didn't Start the Fire somewhere.
Right, but I want
Ian.
Ian's touch on it. I really like Ian as a producer.
He's very good.
Okay.
Dave says it's hard to quoting me. It's hard to live a normal life after murdering a bunch of people. Please, Josh, tell us more.
Josh would know.
Oopsies. Oh man.
Man, I did not expect this to go here.
No, neither did I.
I did.
Nice.
This is exactly what I
Wow,
expected.
you provoked this.
I sure did.
Well done.
Here's one more.
I'd like to thank
Played
Josh
me
for
like a
that,
fiddle.
actually. Yes.
Wheel of Fortune, Sally Ride, heavy metal suicide. If I'm Wheel of Fortune, I'm pissed.
Whoa, suicide.
Aren't you mad at Wheel of Fortune?
Chronological. People killed themselves way before then. Or is he talking about the drink? Suicide drink.
No. He's talking about people who would kill themselves because they listen to heavy metal.
Oh, heavy metal suicide.
Oh.
That was the thing before. It was like D&D, then it was heavy metal. Music's killing the youth.
Oh, like the Satanic Panic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always something
And
they
that's why
lean on
Tipper
to
Gore
blame
came
others.
along
Yep.
and tried to get all the music banned.
And why we have radio
Al,
versions of songs now.
Come on, Al's wife. Yeah, I heard a radio version of a song over on Power when we were doing prep. I was like, wow, they're bleeping out a lot of words right now. A lot of words.
Yeah.
Sad.
My favorite radio version of a song is WAP because the radio version of that song I think is worse.
Are we allowed to say that word?
Nope.
Well, you just did though.
No, because that's the name of the song.
Dump yourself.
Yep, dump yourself. Well, it's past time now.
Well,
Nick's been canceled.
that was Maurice Watson's nickname.
It was. It's always very uncomfortable when I hear it.
WAP. That was his
That was
nickname.
I know it was.
That was before the song came out.
Mm.
The
Well,
song changed the
I was
meaning.
talking specifically
No,
about
I
the song.
remember
No,
this was on an episode of Boy Meets World back in the 90s. And they use that nickname against because it's a
It's
Well, it's a
slur
different
against-
Italian.
it's
It's
a
different
slur
spelling
against
though.
Italians.
Yeah, but that's a
Oh.
different spelling. It's a
Oh, it
different.
is?
Yeah,
it's
but
a
they're
different
talking
vowel.
about a different thing
Yeah.
in the song.
Oh, I don't know what this is.
Oh, you don't know the song, Josh?
Oh, Josh.
You need to listen to it during break.
Josh, don't
No.
listen to the song.
No, listen to it during break,
Does it
please.
spell with an H?
Don't listen to the song. You'll be. It's
Club-
WAP.
yes.
WAP.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
WA.
okay.
You during break,
And
please.
they are not. It's not talking about anything.
Oh no, I know that song. Yeah. I
Yeah.
see the fierce few lyrics. I remember that. Here,
the
this-
edited version of
here's
that
the-
song
here's
is
the way it starts.
worse.
Yeah, I remember this song. I didn't realize it was called that.
I mean, they can't say the full name of the song on the radio, which is
No,
why they
no,
call
they
it
cannot.
that.
Radio.
What would life be?
Nice.
All right, guys.
All
Great
right.
job.
Wow.
Well, does this need to be a happy new year so that we can come back in a few weeks when Nick does?
And then
debut a
that can
song?
It'd
be
be the next segment.
chronologically, of course.
chronologically, of course.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Year.
All right.
Good one.
Nice.
All right.
Okay.
The Grum begins next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Fourth place in 1944's Running of the Roses. The horse's name, Shut Up.
Simple, tasteful.
So this was also probably a little vulgar.
And they probably had a whole segment on 1944 Sports Talk Radio about how they were a horrible example for the kids.
Is society crumbling because the horse's name was Shut Up? This is 1944. We're trying to win a war here, and your horse's name is Shut Up.
I love your 1944 guy.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy, hot and humid for your Thursday afternoon with the high today in Omaha near 92, but feeling like the mid-90s. Expect winds out of the northeast up to 15 miles an hour. Tonight, expect increasing clouds and a 60% chance for thunderstorms, a few of which may become strong to severe with large hail, isolated flooding, and gusty winds, all threats. Low tonight staying warm near 71. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around, and every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at storycorpsconnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It's very smoky in old Pittsburgh. Steel mills must be back up and running.
It's so yellow in Pittsburgh. All the bridges are yellow.
Coldplay?
They were all yellow.
Yellow.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hello and welcome to Thursday on the program. And we are happy that you can join us today as we're closing in on a holiday weekend. So I wonder how dead tomorrow is going to be. I mean, we've got a 4-day for some people. We do.
Yeah,
because
we get Monday off.
We've got our rolling holiday, and I'm sure a lot of folks out there might say the same thing.
Yeah, don't work on Monday if you don't have to.
Yeah. But then you're going into the 4-day week on a Friday, 4-day weekend on a Friday. So it's almost going to be like a 5-day.
People are going to be checked out AF tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
The fireworks start in your neighborhoods last night yet?
No, we were talking about yesterday, Nick. They started in my neighborhood a few days ago. Now, it hasn't been like insane.
I started hearing them around town, but they just started in my neighborhood last night.
I was walking Banks again, and I said this yesterday. Thank God he just does not care. We were outside his last little potty break for the evening. He didn't care. They're going off, and he's just, peeing on trees, having a great time, sniffing.
Yeah.
I was on the phone with my little brother last night. And he's like, "What's that?"
Fireworks?
I'm like, yeah.
As we talked about
Fireworks,
yesterday, because of the 4-day weekend, we're going to get them tomorrow night, Saturday night, Sunday night.
Yeah.
A lot of people do theirs on the 3rd, so we'll get them on Monday night, and then we'll have the holiday. Yeah. It's 5 days. 5 days.
Yeah,
I'll be out of town. I'm not going to even be here.
I'm afraid you're right.
It's going to be loud.
I'm afraid you're right.
So if you have a dog,
I'm really kind of hoping it rains. Well, in more ways than one.
Dude, we needed that. That was nice this morning.
Most Midwestern thing you can say.
No,
it is
the
a
most
very
Midwestern
Midwestern
and the
thing.
most old guy thing. Am
But
I
you
an
know
old
what?
now?
But
we
it's
needed
true.
the rain.
It's true.
You're not an old until you start measuring how much rain you get.
Okay,
and then tweeting about
I
it.
don't ever want to do that. John does. John, the JB weather station. John loves measuring
I've been,
things.
you know what?
Get out the ruler, honey.
I have been so disappointed in how little it has rained. I haven't tweeted about the last 2 times it's rained. Like today, I thought it was going to be like a half an inch.
How much was it?
0.2.
0.2 of an
That's it.
inch.
That's it.
It's not even a
I'm
chub.
wondering.
0.2 is a lot for some people.
Oh, that'd be a bummer if that's a lot. That has a disease. It's a disease. I don't remember the name of it.
I mean, it was enough for Ava, but
under.
Designated
Hitler.
He got mentioned early. He got mentioned in the
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, the under either way.
He got mentioned.
Yeah, it might happen before 2 o'clock.
Grumdown, brought to you by the Rooferys of John Higgins Weather Guard. A perfect game. Another thing that Ohtani hasn't done. I mean, what a slacker. What a slacker.
Here we go.
No.
Here we go.
Best coaches in college football. Our friend Dave Bartu.
Oh, Dave.
Came up with a formula.
The coach effect.
College sports crisis. Got to define what a crisis is. Big news today for the volleyball world.
I somehow missed this until I saw Nick's tweet.
The college volleyball national championship is coming to network television.
Wow. Honey, look at that. Get out the rabbit ear so we can watch some volleyball.
Well, you'll already have the rabbit ears out because you'll be watching NFL football at the exact same time.
Oh, yeah, well, or you'll have the YouTube TV out so you can watch all the games.
Perhaps.
Every game.
Robbie Lula's going to join us.
Nice.
Eric Edholm is going to join us.
Speaking of football.
Speaking of football. Stephen M. Sipple will join us, maybe.
Did you hear his interview on the morning show today?
No.
Have you heard from him?
Is he copping out again?
Well, he was going to go get his phone fixed. He dropped his phone apparently on a corner.
Oh, if we had another phone disaster with Stephen
He's
M.
worried. He sounded like he didn't want to replace the phone. He wanted to get it fixed. But the way he described it, he said, like, when you answer a phone and you have to slide the thing,
Yes.
he had to catch it because it was going to start going back because the crack wouldn't keep moving it over. So basically all that to say, I'm very concerned about what time is he joining us? 4:50 today, the happy hour. I'm concerned. And he hasn't responded to you?
I didn't confirm with him, I guess, because I confirmed with him yesterday.
Let's maybe confirm with Steve Sipple. Say, I heard about your phone issue.
Aggressive collectives. And how much rain did you get?
I mean, you just answered
I just answered the question.
I'll give you an answer later.
Got 2 10s.
I'll give you an answer later. Well, we got a comment on YouTube. Mike says about 2/3 an inch at the Lincoln Airport.
See, that's the problem with the Lincoln Airport. It's in a remote part of town. It's and usually, when we get record cold temperatures, the rest of the town is 10 degrees off.
Wow.
But
that's crazy.
I mean, you have to have at least one place that you record
least to share
as the place of record.
Yeah.
What is the place of record?
For sure.
So it's the Lincoln Airport. So that's coming up today on the Grum Down.
Nice.
Brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. 402-951-1620 on the 42 degrees, the source by your mom's house hotline. Or you can text on that line too. And if you have some suggestions for Nick's We Didn't Start the Fire version of Nick Popped Out Vagina.
Yeah. Give us some lyrics.
Yeah. Because it'd be for example, Mike Mike suggested, now this doesn't relate as much to Nick, but Bill Callahan, West Coast O, a rock band named OK Go.
That's good.
That's not bad.
It's not
nice
good. He should have just said Callahan because Bill Callahan, it doesn't fit the syllables.
Callahan, West Coast, a rock band named OK Go.
OK Go was famous, John, because they would do music videos.
Here it goes again. With
Like the first one, they did it on a treadmill. Then they did one where they had to record the whole music video backwards.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were singing, they were mouthing the lyrics backwards. And then they did another one where they were on an airplane.
Here It Goes Again is considered the first viral video.
I remember
That's
that.
The first,
they sung as they walked on
It
treadmills.
was a monoculture viral video.
It was indeed, Nick. I remember the mid-aughts very well.
Okay, Go. I think they'll make my song.
There you go.
There
you go.
It matters.
Okay, Go.
Okay.
I'll put Harambe in
Go.
mine too.
Okay, Go.
See, now
Go,
Harambe
okay.
definitely needs to be in there.
Harambe needs a mention.
Yeah.
But is it going to be Harambe or is it going to be Dead Ape?
Well, it'll be Harambe. I'm gonna put respect on the name.
Will January 6th show up?
It
in the
has to.
Did
It's
it show up
culturally
in
significant.
The Fall Out Boy version?
It didn't.
What?
Yeah.
That was an important day. Jan 6th.
I'll just call it Josh Day in the song.
Hey, no, it's Sipple
It
Day.
is Josh Day.
It is Josh
It
Day.
is Josh Day. We did declare it Josh Day.
You get Cheetos on Josh Day. Remember, you got a big
right,
bag.
you got
I do love
Cheetos.
Cheetos.
Yeah, see?
I haven't had any in a week. I might have to get some.
Cheetos
today.
on Josh Day, January 6th. Everyone celebrate. Let's see. J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Yep.
If you have thoughts or other suggestions for Nick's lyrics.
Or the Equitable Bank inbox.
Same thing.
Like this one from John. Fireworks are illegal in Omaha until Sunday, and I will call the cops on you if you're lighting them earlier than that. Whoa.
Well,
Call the cops, fireworks.
I guess your neighborhood will be okay, but what about the rest of the people? Because how many folks will do that? And then how many
Yeah, I
calls
wouldn't
will
do
be responded to, or it'll be one of those moments.
Scared dogs, all who heard.
Scared dogs, all who heard.
Matches with the fireworks.
Oh, okay.
You get some of those days where Omaha really sucks at driving, and they basically just send out the tweet that says, we've stopped responding to traffic accidents. Just, exchange insurance, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Exchange insurance, blah, blah, blah.
Could it be that way with the fireworks calls where it's just like, folks, we have stopped answering fireworks calls because there are just too many of them?
Yeah, I'll be that.
That's always an insane tweet to see.
John, if
It
you want to do that, that's fine with you. Not you, John, the emailer, John. But I can't get that worked up. It's annoying, but I'm not going to call the police on fireworks. No, I'm just not going to do that.
Well,
I think it'd start a fire. I'd be like, hey, don't.
Well, the good news is
They started the fire.
We've got people in our neighborhood that would do that before I would have to. It would reach intolerable levels if I were the one that had to get on the phone and do that. Based on other folks that live in our neighborhood who would be more aggressive on jumping on the phone and saying, "Hey,
I see.
There's fireworks going on, and it needs to stop.
It needs to stop."
But fortunately, it hasn't really kicked in yet in our neighborhood.
Good. Soon enough, though.
Yet.
Soon enough.
Yet.
Yeah.
So there you go. Let's see. Yeah, we had a perfect game last night.
We did have a perfect game last night.
And you know what? Did I go to bed early last night? I guess I did. Yeah, it would have been a late game, West Coast. Yeah, I went to bed early. I had no idea there was a perfect game going on.
Wow.
No idea. Well, I mean, the A's were playing, so
There was a
just
perfect
like,
game last night, John.
I know.
Yeah, what time? Let's see. The Happer tweet was at 11:11. And then, man, you were in bed early.
Wow, make a wish.
Perfect game. Got one.
Did.
Yep.
We certainly did.
Mhm.
That Robbie Lula coming up. So
Well, it's 12:11 over there, wasn't it?
No, it was on the West Coast.
It was on West
Oh,
Coast.
West Coast.
So it was only
9/11.
9/11. Oh.
Never forget.
But yes, in New York City, the happy fans were watching after midnight.
It was June 29th for them.
It was.
It was still June 28th for us.
And knowing those buffoons, they probably said, well, that perfect game happened on the 29th. That's when I saw it.
Nice.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis and your friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis, because for the 6th time in a row, they are putting on with us Golf Flash, a 4-person scramble that is coming up Friday, August the 4th. 12 o'clock shotgun start. We will be there. The program will start, of course, at 2. So when it will start at 2, One Beer Friday, basically, as you're finishing up, it's going to be an awesome afternoon. Just $320 for you and 3 others. You're going to get the golf. You'll get fed. Of course, the cart, tea gift, prizes, and more. This thing will sell out very, very quickly. So go to the website, miraclehillgolf.com/store. It's a Friday, the August 4th. So we're pre-football season. We're pre-school starting. No excuses. We want to see you out there. The unofficial kickoff of the football season. We're going to have an absolute blast. Also, of course, give them a call at 402-498-0220. We're just talking about the upcoming 4-day weekend. Plenty of times, plenty of opportunities for you to get out and play some golf. They're located just north of Dodge on 120th Street. Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, 3/4-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
July 15th, the Storm Chasers are paying tribute to the Omaha Rockets, a late 1940s Negro League baseball team. Featuring Omaha Rockets jerseys and hats, we will also highlight Omaha nonprofit and Black-owned businesses. Don't miss the celebration and education of Black history in Omaha, presented by PayPal and Union Pacific. Get tickets today at OmahaStormChasers.com.
Omaha Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
Nick here for Templeton Rye Whiskey for the strong-spirited. Baseball is back for another exciting summer, and Templeton Rye is bringing a few all-stars of their own. With their 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve, Templeton Rye is a home run all around. To learn more about Templeton Rye, check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the on-site distillery just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa Rye Whiskey.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Hey, how about some interesting nature facts to get you outdoors? Did you know that Nebraska has more than 70 state parklands, more than 100 species of fish, more than 400 species of birds, and more than 1,500 species of native plants? We do. You need more numbers? Go online to the Game and Parks website, outdoornebraska.gov. Question for you. Planning to be on the water this season? Great. But remember, wear your life jacket. Keep in mind that most people who drown in boating accidents are not wearing theirs. It's like I tell folks all the time, life jackets, they float, you don't on the water, so why wouldn't you be wearing yours? Please think about that and be safe. I'm Greg Wagner with the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
We've all had this happen. Somebody says something about a thing, and then a couple of days later, you see an ad for that thing pop up on your news feed. Weird, right? Well, in an honest attempt at not being weird, Langfeld Overhead Doors would like you to remember them when you or your friends need a new garage door. You can trust the professionals at Langfeld Overhead Door to repair or replace your garage door. You can also trust them not to listen in on your conversations, because that's weird. Langfeld Overhead Door, 402-234-2700.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's Fall Out Boy.
It is.
Oh, is that who this is?
That's who this is, John.
From
Fall Out Boy.
Under the Cork Tree. Great album.
Jed was unaware there was a perfect game because it's football season 58 days from today.
Whoa!
That is a long time.
Is it? 58 doesn't seem that long.
It's a long time.
What was
Jed, there was a perfect game last night.
John, 58 days ago was May 2nd. Wow.
May the second be with you.
That is not. Thank God, 58 days from ago on Saturday, I won't be talking to Nick because he can't make that joke to me. Ha!
I could say August the 29th, June the 29th be with you.
Okay, that'd be very odd.
It would be very odd. Yeah, but here it is. Last night, we had a perfect game.
Hey. Grounded to third. Donaldson has it. There it is. Perfection for Domingo Germán.
Yep.
David Wells, David Cohn.
Oh, is that what we're going to do now?
That's the bit today.
Yep.
Perfect games in Major League Baseball.
So he's the
history.
fourth Yankee, right? So it's those two.
Yeah.
Larson.
Yeah, Don Larson. You got David Wells and David Cohn.
And that was was that back-to-back years or was that the same season? It was in the late 90s.
Well, the list goes as follows. Let's see. So Germán was number 24. First one since August 2012, Felix Hernandez.
That's nuts because there was that stretch where we had a ton.
We had three in 2012. We had Philip Humber of the White Sox on April 21st, Matt Cain of the Giants on June 13th, and then Felix Hernandez on August the 15th. But then we had two more in 2010, including Roy Halladay in the playoffs.
R.I.P.
Oh, no, that wasn't the playoffs. I'm sorry.
The playoffs was the
no-hitter. Yeah. David Cohn and David Wells were
back-to-back years,
14 months apart.
Wow.
David Wells, May 17th, 1998. David Cohn, July 18th, 1999.
I forgot that Randy Johnson had one back in 2004 against the Braves.
Oh, I didn't realize that either.
May 18th, 2004.
Was it the last? When was the last perfect game?
2012, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been 11 years.
Yeah.
Which actually, that's the longest wait we have had between perfect games since. And no, that's 1 year apart.
Since
I can't do it.
Catfish Hunter and Len Barker, right? That was 13 years. May 8th, 68.
Catfish
to
Hunter.
May 15th, 1981.
Right.
Wow.
Man.
A baseball boy of the week.
Dang, so you didn't have a perfect game until you were almost 10 years old in your life. Like, so
yes.
you didn't, because like when I'm growing up, they happened a lot.
Yes.
You know, there was one a few days after I was born, but there was one in 91,
Man, that
94,
is
98, 99.
That is crazy. This is the longest wait we've had since then.
Well, I guess, John, at this point in time, 68 to 81, no, that would have been following the Bob Gibson, lifting the mound up a little bit, right? When did they lift the mound up? 69?
69.
Nice. Yeah. So that would explain that, Nick, because the mound was lower, which gave the pitcher, or no, it was higher, excuse me. So it gave the pitcher an advantage.
I'm talking about in the 90s when it seemed like there was a bunch of them in the 90s.
Well,
you said there happened all the time when you were a kid.
In theory, was it the
steroids?
Steroids goes both ways. When we talked about the steroids, it gave more oomph to the pitchers than it did the pitchers. Wow. How about John? Do you see this stretch from, it was 22 to Don Larson?
Yeah.
56, 34 years.
Yeah.
Wow. That's nuts.
34 years between perfect games.
Wow.
And it took a World Series game to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the old Yankees.
Yeah, now they have the most.
Yes, they do. They have the most.
Oh, good question from Amazing Daniel. Yeah, but has he ever thrown a perfect game in a meaningful playoff game? It's a good point. This one doesn't really count if we're going by Shohei rules.
No, it's not by Shohei rules.
Oh, okay,
Shohei's never done a perfect game.
So we're allowed to celebrate. Oh, okay, interesting. We're allowed to celebrate.
I mean, it's only happened 26 times in the history of the sport, though. 24 times.
24 times, yeah.
You have rarer things like unassisted triple plays.
Oh, so I like this. You're zagging and saying, is the perfect game overrated?
No, I'm not saying it's overrated. It's certainly not overrated today when pitchers aren't even allowed to finish their own game.
Isn't the craziest part about last night's? Not that he had one. I mean, that's impressive in its own right, but that he had fewer than 100 pitches to get there. And it wasn't the last inning. It was pitch, pitch, pitch.
Yeah.
3 outs in a row. As they talked about it, Josh and Happer did earlier today. This wasn't one of the stressful ones like we've seen in the past, where players are making crazy defensive plays to save the pitcher. This one was, and look, it made a whole lot of sense that it happened against the A's. That was the thing that I was laughing about to myself. Like, yeah, it makes sense that maybe the worst team that any of us have ever seen, the 2023 Oakland Athletics, they had a perfect game happen to them.
Most of the perfect games have been under 100 pitches.
Yeah, but just saying in this era, not so much.
Yeah. No, that's true. I believe if I'm doing the math right, the David Wells perfect game had the most pitches thrown in it.
Whoa,
no, I'm sorry, Matt Cain, 125.
Wow.
But he also struck out 14, so that helps.
Yeah, it does.
That helps a little bit.
Yeah.
The poor A's, and now, of course, everyone's wondering, well, the A's, they're going to probably have another one thrown against them.
Oh, that'd be a bummer.
That would be a bummer.
That would suck for the A's. I'd feel bad for the A's.
I feel bad for the A's fans.
Who's the best player to ever throw a perfect game? I mean, is the answer Cy Young? Because there's the trophy named after him. If you remove Cy Young, who's the best pitcher to ever throw a perfect game?
Koufax.
Yeah, him or Randy Johnson, right?
I would go Koufax.
He was good. He was very, very
Koufax was just so dominant. Not that, certainly Randy Johnson is probably number 2 on that list.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you look at it, Felix Hernandez, great career. I don't know what Herman's career is going to end up being. Philip Humber, not much to write home about. Dallas Braden.
And Randy did get to 300 wins. Sandy Koufax, much shorter career.
Right, but yeah, he cut his short.
55 to 66.
It's between those two.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. I think that's...
It's between those two.
Yeah. Wow, he also threw 4 no-hitters. Wow.
Who, Sandy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was the record that Nolan Ryan beat.
And he had, what, 6?
7.
7, jeez.
7 no-hitters.
Plus the time he punched a guy in the head.
That would be Robin Ventura.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, I was like, man, he was giving him a noogie. He was barely touching him. But then I watched the Nolan Ryan documentary that was on Netflix when we were flying back from Hawaii. And I got a better appreciation because I learned more about the backstory, behind the whole deal. But for the longest time, it was like, people were like, oh, look, he's punching him in the head. It's like, he's barely touching him. But
Jordan says David Wells was the most impressive perfect game because he was still drunk / hungover. It's so funny. Like in the videos of the David Wells perfect game, he looks drunk and like hungover at least with his jersey flapping around. It's not
flapping around.
Yeah, he does look like he had a lovely night out. Good for him.
Though, man, is Randy Johnson that old?
How old is he?
He is.
How old is he?
He was 40 years old when he threw that perfect game.
Good for you, Randy.
Jeez.
For Randy.
Yeah, because Herman's 30. Dang.
Wow.
I would not have guessed that Randy Johnson was 40 when he threw his perfect game.
By the way, David Wells, he claimed to Bryant Gumbel on Real Sports that he had a raging, skull-rattling hangover. Jimmy Fallon claimed in 2018 in an interview with Seth Meyers that he and Wells had attended an SNL after party until 5:30 a.m. the morning of the game. Dang. And that was a nooner, I believe. Was that an early afternoon game?
I believe so, yeah.
1:36 until 4:16. Wow. So he stayed up till 5:30, and then he went out and pitched a perfect game. Pro athletes, different breed. They are a different breed.
They are a different breed.
Mm-hmm.
Different breed indeed. All right, coming up next, Robbie Lula's going to join us.
Oh, yeah, Ravi.
Robbie will be along. And we'll have more. You know what? That's another thing that Ohtani never did.
Robbie Lula is our guest.
You see, Ohtani never
Do you
hit those home
remember
runs
Pete
drunk.
Best? That's true. Do you know who Pete Best is?
No.
Oh, I thought you were a music
Well,
boy.
yeah. How can
I'm bad with names. I know more bands than individual names and artists.
Yeah, but he's an important footnote in the history of arguably the greatest band of all time.
Bingo.
It'd be like being a history major and not knowing who George Washington.
Bingo.
Well, maybe that's a little overrated, but Pete Best was the original drummer for the Beatles.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kicked him out and they brought in some.
Why would they replace him with Ringo?
Actually, I thought Pete left.
Pete left.
Yeah, I don't think he liked Lennon. I don't remember for sure though.
Well, most of us don't like Lennon.
Nice. That's a Russia joke.
That is a Russia joke. Soviet joke, actually.
Also, Mark David Chapman, not a fan of Lennon either.
No.
Do you know who Mark David Chapman is?
He's the guy who killed
Nick,
Lennon.
come on, music boy.
Wouldn't that be a hell of a story? Mark David Chapman was, I thought I was killing the guy who started communism.
Oh, it's Lennon.
Oh,
I was going to Lenin. Dang it, I looked up the wrong address in the phone book.
Samson.
I was way off.
I thought it was weird he was in New York.
Started with an S, though.
All right, we're coming back with more after this on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
If baseball and ice cream go together like fireworks in the 4th of July, I mean, on any given night during the summer, you're bound to run into a team of little leaguers getting ice cream after their game, win or lose. So before you head home after the game, head over to Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream and pick up your flavor. They serve more than 3,000 of them. Keep track of the daily specials on social media. Celebrating more than 35 years, Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream. Benson, Old Market, and at tedandwallys.com.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, 3/4-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone. Ravi Lula.
He talks basketball on 1620 The Zone. His name's Ravi Lula, and he's on the phone. Ravi Lula. He is here to talk Creighton basketball.
This is probably the wrong guy to ask, but considering that, he has people, he pays people to actually pick up his dog's litter. We just had a conversation off the air, Ravi, about chain steakhouses. If you had to eat chain steakhouse, what are you going with?
Ooh, so there's not a ton of them, but it is a chain. I'm going to go Mahogany.
Oh my gosh, Robbie, that's like a $300 meal, though.
What the hell, Robbie? That's so on brand.
Also, I had mahogany in March. It was tremendous.
Never disappoint, Robbie. You never disappoint.
How's the boat, Robbie?
Did I miss the joke? What happened there?
No, we just thought that you were going to say, like, because I brought up Outback. So I
Yeah.
figured that you were going to think of a steakhouse in that kind of
Yeah,
area.
we're thinking like a chain, not that. I mean,
yeah.
you know.
Mahogany's a chain. There's like several locations.
Man, that's amazing. I mean, 801 Chop House, also a chain, technically.
Ruth's Chris,
yeah,
also
Ruth's
a
Chris,
chain.
Yeah. Lowry's. I've never been to
I'm
Lowry's
just saying,
Steakhouse.
Mahogany's pretty legit.
Dude, Mahogany's
Try
awesome.
it.
Best meal I've ever had was at Mahogany earlier this
Okay,
year.
Have you
bring
not
yourself
been to V-Merc?
bring yourself down to
I
us
had,
plebes
Robbie,
level.
I've been to V-Mertz too. That was awesome.
If you were a plebe like the rest of
Yeah,
us.
if you're on like a Nick budget.
So like Sizzler?
I mean, that could qualify.
I've never been to a Sizzler.
I've never been to a Sizzler.
I don't know what Nick's budget is.
I could probably do Golden Corral.
Like a $30 steak.
I can do $30 steak.
like Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse. That's solid.
So a lot of it's the rolls and the honey butter. I'm going to be honest.
Amen.
Those are incredible. But I like the ribeye there. They got good salads. They got good ribs. Like they have a lot of really solid options there.
They
I think if we're talking about like normal like price point, then I would go. Although I don't think Mahogany is as expensive as you guys are making it out to be. But
no, it is, dude. I just went there in March.
Look up the Mahogany prices there, Josh.
Seriously, it was a $300 meal.
I've been there like. You guys are making fun of me. I've been there like 3 times in the last like 2 months. Like it's
Robbie. Okay, I'm leaving radio. I'm going where Robbie
Yeah.
works. It's time to make what Robbie makes.
It is.
By the way, Texas Roadhouse, that was the last restaurant meal. Well, the second to last restaurant meal I had before COVID. We went there for my grandpa's birthday after the Creighton game, where I sat in Robbie's seats. And then we went and had some Texas Roadhouse. And then after that, the world went to hell. So I don't know.
Texas Roadhouse is very solid.
It was. I got a ribeye. It was good.
You know what?
Yeah.
And you're right, Robbie. The salads at Texas Roadhouse are really good. And
I
you know what
really
makes
like
a
the
difference?
salad, yeah.
They put hard boiled egg in the salad.
Yeah, I'm more. I can take or leave the hard boiled egg, but they have real solid ranch. I've never had an issue with the lettuce being like wilty or anything like that. It always seems fresh. It's like lettuce quality to me is the biggest
cheese
factor in a set. Cheese is
They
good.
put a little cheese in there.
If the lettuce and the dressing are on point, though, like the salad's gonna be good.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
So I want a steak.
Yeah. Now we're all
You
going
come
to
over
Texas
and hang
Roadhouse.
out at Mahogany. It's right by my house.
Yeah, seriously.
Robbie, you just want to take us to Mahogany?
Yeah, Robbie, that'd be fun.
That'd be cool. We should do that.
I mean, maybe we'll just have a little outing. Just everybody hang out. I miss you guys.
Dude, we miss you too, Robbie.
We miss you, Robbie.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh, we've talked like 4 times in the last.
We do talk a lot. Robbie and I talk a lot still. You see, Robbie's a podcast boy now. Nick, get the dump button ready. He does a podcast with Damon now.
Oh, because they're both with Her Dad.
They
Media?
are indeed.
Is that the
Look
whole-
at that. The
that's the whole
podcast
deal?
boys. You should have named the podcast the Podcast Boys.
Yeah.
It's called Dish and Ish. If you want to check it out.
Dish and Ish.
No, because that's our group chat apparently with you, me, and Happer. is the
That's true.
podcast Boys, so I can't take that.
That's true. That's true. Good call. Good call.
Thoughts on Ty Davis, who committed to Creighton last week?
Yeah, I mean, he looks like a really interesting prospect. Obviously, that point guard spot for Creighton is incredibly important, right? I like that he's a bigger guy in terms of a guard. I think he's like 6'5", and he looks like he's like physically ready to play college basketball. Some of the passes are, think Baylor Shireman in terms of like creativity and flair a little bit. Those are that's really interesting. I always wonder a little bit how that translates to a higher level of basketball. And for some guys it does. For other guys, there's obviously a level of court vision, creativity there that's really useful in point guard. He seems to, I don't know what his numbers are, but from the tape that I've watched, he seems to shoot it really well. Obviously has a ton of deep threes on his highlight package, and his release point looks like just a tad low to me, but I haven't watched him a ton, so that's something I'll probably keep an eye on. It's just kind of his overall release, but it seems like a really nice pickup for the Jays, and again at a spot that's probably more crucial. I mean, it's crucial for everybody, right? But it's incredibly important in Greg McDermott's offense, and like I said, I really like that they went after a bigger point guard. That's kind of what I was hoping Ben Stolzberg would be when he was here. Obviously, the timing of him being here and who else they had didn't really work out, but I really think having a bigger point guard opens up a lot of other things for you that no matter how good they are, sometimes smaller point guards just have challenges with lengthier defenders and things like that.
Ravi, I was thinking this morning about the upcoming season for Creighton and their roster today versus like the roster a year ago and the strengths and weaknesses of each of those. Like, how would you compare the potential of this roster to what we saw last year, what we saw the season before? I guess maybe let's just go like the post-COVID rosters that Creighton has had.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of love their roster, if I'm being honest. I think it's really, I think the upside of this roster is as high, if not higher, than the upside of last year's roster. Now, you've got more new pieces to plug in terms of, and it's at a really important spot at point guard with Ashworth. I think Trout will fit in seamlessly. I really do. And then Lawson, I think, is going to be important at kind of a backup guard wing spot.
Yeah.
So you've got multiple guys kind of filling in spots where last year you really were just replacing Ryan Hawkins with Baylor Shireman. So that was kind of the one-to-one replacement. I know O'Connell was really important, but there was you had guys in place there to be ready to take those roles over. This year you do have more changeover, so I don't know that I feel totally comfortable saying, hey, they're definitely going to be better than last year. I'd be surprised if the regular season isn't better than last year, because last year's regular season with that 6-game losing streak was really odd. That was just kind of a strange thing to happen for a team that was really highly regarded and ended up in the Elite Eight and, a shot basically from the Final Four. So they had kind of a strange regular season considering how they looked on either end of the start and finish of the season. So it wouldn't shock me if the regular season's better, but until I see how it's kind of gelled together, I don't want to say, oh, this is definitely a better team, but the upside is certainly no lower than it was last year, in my opinion.
The new phrase that is out there, thanks to what we saw in the Final Four this year, was "get old, stay old," meaning here you become a more experienced team like San Diego State was. Either hold on to guys longer or get into the portal and get some older guys in. Get old, stay old. It certainly can work for some programs. Can it work for Creighton?
I think it has to work for Creighton. And I mean, it's not a new saying, right? Like that's beautiful. It was a philosophy forever. And
Sure.
Then it kind of changed with the one and dones, right? And so the Blue Bloods stopped having that kind of approach to team building, at least for a while. And it seems like we're kind of returning to that to a certain extent. But I think Creighton has to do that, right? They've always had to do that. They're not, for the most part, they're not going to get one and done guys. They're not going to get the highest level of those recruits. Their sweet spot is probably from that like 50 to 150 ranking in terms of the types of guys they're bringing in. So guys that you like their chance to make it to the league in maybe 2 or 3 years. Maybe they play the full 4 if things work out. But Creighton has to do the get old, stay old. Otherwise, they're going to have a really hard time if they decide, hey, we want to go after, and listen, if they would come to Creighton, I'm sure they would take them, right? But they're going to have a hard time if they're targeting the same guys consistently as Kansas, Kentucky, Duke, North Carolina, like those types of teams. And there's going to be some overlap, right? But I think it's always been the best, or at least the most consistent way to build a winning college basketball program. Because, I mean, just like I said this year with Creighton, right? They're bringing in 3 new guys, but they're returning Shireman, Alexander, and Kalkbrenner, obviously 3 of the most important guys on that team. When you're not getting old and staying old, you're talking about replacing 5 starters at a time, kind of like Creighton did 2 years ago, and no one had any idea what that was going to look like. Everyone was sort of horrified about what that might look like after that Sweet 16 group left, right? So it's a method that maybe it takes a little longer to elevate your program from, hey, we're a Sweet 16 team now, we want to become a Final Four team. Maybe it takes a little longer to take those steps than it would if you just bring in 3 lottery picks and you're off to the races. But I think it's a much more sustainable method, and we've seen it can be just as successful. I mean, Villanova is kind of the shining example of it, right? And the 2 titles in 3 years with Jay Wright, they got old, they stayed old, and they still were sending guys to the NBA. That's the blueprint if you're Creighton. That's what you're trying to get to. You're not trying to be Kentucky or Kansas or any of those teams. You're trying to be Villanova, and frankly, everybody in the country should be aiming for that level of play because it's about as good of college basketball as we've seen in a long time.
Robbie, moving away from Creighton and into the NBA, I just wanted to ask you about like free agency because it came up in content yesterday. Like, what are we looking forward to? And man, like I was looking at a list yesterday and it was the top whatever free agents, and Kyrie Irving led the way. And I thought that was just a perfect encapsulation of why this year's free agency is nowhere near the level that it's been at some points over the last like half decade. What is there anything that you're like into with this year's free agency, or are you kind of treating it the same way that I am?
Yeah, I mean, the free agency has, in my mind, lost a little bit of luster because of how freely players tend to move regardless of their contract status.
Yeah.
Guys are just like, hey, I'm done being here. And, within usually the year, they're gone. And a lot of times a lot quicker than that. So to me, that's taken a lot of the wind out of the sails of the free agent market because it didn't used to really move that way. Now, the thing I'm most interested in is to see what happens with Dame Lillard, right? Is he going to get traded? Are they going to try and build on the fly around him? I tend to think that he's going to end up on a different team before the season starts. And I've said this a couple places, but I think the Spurs actually make a ton of sense for him, both for him and for Portland, because if you're Portland, you've got Simons, you've got Scoot Henderson, and you've got Dame Lillard, and not a whole lot else. But because of the ages of Henderson and Simons, you probably don't want draft picks for the next 10 years. By the time then, Simons is on his 3rd team, and Scoot Henderson is long gone, or he's been toiling away on a bad franchise. You kind of want, if you really believe in Scoot Henderson, you really want to get after it now. So San Antonio has a bunch of picks in the next 2 drafts, a bunch of first-round picks in the next 2 drafts. And if you look at San Antonio's roster, if they believe Wembanyama is ready to go right now, they've got some nice role players around him, like Keldon Johnson. Obviously, Doug McDermott's down there. They've got some nice role players around Wembanyama that if they brought in a guy like Damian Lillard, I'm not so sure they wouldn't be a playoff team tomorrow. And so they're a really interesting piece. They've got the cap space, they've got the picks to do it, and obviously they've got the coach along with potentially this other franchise player in Wembanyama. So that, to me, the Lillard thing is the most interesting thing, and he's not even a free agent. So that kind of goes to what I was talking about.
Robbie is one who has oft lauded Omaha, the Isle of Greatness. The fact that Nebraska has definitely come into the city again and has staked their claim. And by the city, yes, I'm counting you too, because Bellevue's in the Isle of Greatness, I assume. Robbie is the one who coined the phrase.
Yeah, we count them as part of the Omaha Metro, so they are included.
Good. Okay. But the fact that, this city is once again being a priority and not being treated as, just like the rest of the state, is that enough to convince you more that Matt Rule's going to be just fine here?
mean, I don't need convincing. I'm in on the Roulade and the Kool-Aid. Like I'm in on it. So you're preaching to the choir here. I think that the way they have approached and recruited Omaha is a really good microcosm of kind of his approach to everything. They have gone in, they've put in the work, they've put in the time, they've built the relationships. They haven't assumed things were going to be theirs, were going to work out for them just because they were there and they showed up and they were Nebraska. Not to put too fine a point on things on how other staffs handled recruiting or everything else for that matter. But I do think it's a good example of just how they go about their business on Coach Rule's staff and how they don't really take anything for granted. And listen, because of how successful they've been, you have a guy like Caleb Pyfrom who just chose not to go to Nebraska today and went to Illinois, and people aren't losing their minds about it, right? Because Nebraska has been really successful in state. People understand, and in the city, people understand you're not going to get everybody, but they don't feel like anybody's being overlooked or taken for granted. And I think that's the big thing is whether it's in the rest of the state or whether it's in Omaha, really anywhere, kids just want to feel like they're wanted and that that there's a plan for them at the place where they end up playing college football. And if you just kind of roll up and say, hey, we're Nebraska, you're from Nebraska, why don't you come on over? That doesn't really feel like you want it to feel. You want it to feel like, hey, if I go here, they know how to get me from where I am now to where I want to be, whatever that is. If you're a kid that wants to play in the NFL, which I would imagine at this level, most kids have that in their mind at some point. That's something you want to look at and be like, okay, what's the track record of this coaching staff of getting guys to the NFL? What's the track record of this coaching staff of developing guys that are built like me or at my position or whatever the case is, right? And this staff has the ability to point to a track record and point to a developmental record in a way that previous staffs really just haven't had that ability. And so I think it's a really important step. And frankly, I think the more important thing is that they're building relationships with a lot of the high schools that don't have anybody to offer to them right now. They're building relationships because it's important to have good relationships with the high school coaches in the state, and even further down than that, with the camps that they do for they're planning on doing for the younger kids and things like that. It's important for the whole state to be on board, whether they can give you anything back or not at this moment, because the support is as important as anything else. And then if, 3 years from now, Lincoln High has some kid that can play at Nebraska, that's awesome, right? That's great because you already have the relationship and they've already, Matt Rule's not a stranger around those halls or whatever. And you can go in and be like, hey, like we've got this kid for you and everything works out well, as opposed to being like, hey, I'm 3 years into this job. You're right down the street from me, but this is the first time we're meeting face to face because I need something from you. Like nobody likes that, right? Nobody likes that friend that only calls them when they need something, right? They want to go and hang out and have a good time and have a good relationship. So to me, the approach is so much different, and that's why you're seeing the results. But like I said, you don't have to sell me on Rule. I've been in for a little while.
All right. Well, enjoy your dinner tonight at Mahogany.
Oh, yeah, Robbie, there was a text that we got from a listener that said, quoting you, I really love this little ma and pop hole-in-the-wall restaurant, real low-key place called Mahogany, real quick and easy meal.
I didn't call it a hole in the wall. Like, people know what it is. I like it. It's by my house.
It's very good.
Great food.
Very good.
It's
very good. Comes recommended from Rob.
There's several.
Yes, technically it is a chain.
Yes.
It's hard to argue. It is indeed a chain.
We can't argue that.
Yep, indeed.
That's true.
Sorry, some of us have a more sophisticated palate than others.
Hard to argue. It explains your great Thanksgiving food takes, does it not?
Oh, yeah. Don't even get me started. Robbie, have a great extended weekend.
Yeah, man.
All right. Thanks, guys.
You bet.
Bye, Robbie.
Rule of Hurrdat Media joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Coming up next, college athletics in crisis.
What?
on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Here's what you need to know. You can make fun of us all you want, but we have a certain mindset that of the 1.9 million people that live in this state and that support their respective schools, we love our sports here and we support our sports and we go to events. And it doesn't matter, again, if you're winning or losing, it seems, we will go and support it. That's what we do here. We like sports.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Thursday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies along with mild and humid conditions. Temperatures only cooling into the lower 80s after sunset. For tonight, increasing cloud coverage. Another round of showers and thunderstorms possible after midnight. Some of these storms could be packing damaging wind gusts and also large-sized hail. Overnight low temperature of 68 degrees. Mild and humid for your Friday, partly cloudy skies with a high of 87. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's time to find a career that's right for you. Metropolitan Community College can help you find a new path forward on your time. Whether you need a degree that puts you on a path to a new career or need to finish a degree you've already started, MCC makes it affordable and convenient with a flexible class schedule, online or on campus. It's your time to path forward. Let MCC show you the way. Register today. Classes start July 12th. Apply today at mccneb.edu/adults.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships. Let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
If you've got heart, come on out to Werner Park. We're gonna make some memories with the Chasers family.
Light up the night sky at Warner Park on Monday, July 3rd, and celebrate Independence Day with the Omaha Storm Chasers. Cheer on the Chasers against the Iowa Cubs, and then stick around for a night to remember with the largest fireworks show in the area, presented by FNBO. Get your tickets today at omahastormchasers.com.
Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
Usually, to get a skybox view of a Nebraska football game, you need to be a drone, a hawk, or a fighter jet. But sitting in an actual skybox is a lot more comfortable. So, enter the Nebraska Lottery's Lucky for Life ticket snap. Until July 10th, buy a Lucky for Life ticket and enter for a chance to win Nebraska football skybox season tickets or other great ticket prizes. Sure, fighter jets are cool, but there's no legroom.
Lucky for Life top prize odds 1 in 30 million.
The Nebraska Lottery offers up a lot of fun with a variety of daily games like Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day. How much fun, you ask? Think of it like riding a roller coaster, sitting next to your favorite rock star, or discovering a bunch of cash under your seat.
Yeah!
Sound fun? Then play today.
Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day top prize odds vary by game.
At Lowe's, we're always bringing pros more ways to save. Right now, save on Valspar 5-gallon Ultra Flat Paint. Was $131, now just $123. Plus, MVP's Pro Rewards members earn up to 900 bonus points with the purchase of a Graco Magnum X7 paint sprayer. Lowe's knows pros. Valspar offer valid through 8/2. Selection varies by location. Estimated bonus points valid through 6/30. Actual awarded bonus points calculated on purchase price before taxes and after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms and conditions.
Nick here for Templeton Rye Whiskey for the Strong. Spirited Baseball is back for another exciting summer, and Templeton Rye is bringing a few all-stars of their own. With their 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve, Templeton Rye is a home run all around. To learn more about Templeton Rye, check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the on-site distillery just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa, Rye Whiskey.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
It kind of jacks me up.
The 1620, The Zone.
We just finished up a College World Series that had record viewership for the ESPN family of networks. This on the heels of all-time record of audience for the women's basketball championship. Still, obviously, college football is doing just fine. Thank you very much. We'll have more on college volleyball coming up here shortly. But there's been a common refrain in the last few years in the nature of college athletics. Some of it being said by the people in actual college athletics. That college athletics is in a crisis because of NIL and the lack of control and the transfer portal, lack of control, and conference realignment, which has changed a lot of things. By the way, next month, a couple days away, the Big 12 officially becomes the Big 16.
That Big 14.
Well, but they still have Texas and Oklahoma. Oh, no, you're right. It is 14.
Yeah.
Duh. These numbers are confusing.
It's very dumb. Then there'll be 12 next year.
Then there'll be 12 next year.
Yeah.
Then they can go back to their original logo. But the idea that, college sports is in a crisis or it needs to be fixed.
Well, I mean, how often do we talk about it? They're literally going to Washington, D.C. We've seen some of the biggest power brokers in college football, certainly. And speaking of, those types of power brokers, and I'm talking about coaches, we've seen them retire. Jay Wright, for example, and what was the common refrain with that retirement among many? Well, because of the nature of college athletics and the way that college athletics are going. So it's odd, isn't it, that you have the push and the pull of, we talk so much about it being broken, or the idea, is it broken? We've asked that question. And yet we're still tuning in, and in some instances, we're tuning in record numbers. So we're tuning in actually more than we ever have before. It's not just like it's stagnating. It's the audience is growing. And in relationship to the event that we're talking about locally here, it's not like that wasn't on ESPN. It's not like this went from like ESPN Plus to ESPN over the air. Again, we're going to talk about volleyball in a second, and that there is a change in what is going to be happening. But in some instances, it's a one-to-one comparison, and yet the viewership is going up.
Now, so you wonder how much of this is actually interrelated, because we're seeing, thanks to the fragmentation of the media consumption audience. You can't even call it the television audience, right?
Yeah.
Because
the content
audience.
I mean, seriously,
the visual content audience.
Yeah. There are many things to watch.
VCA.
The fact that sports, and we still haven't hit that bubble yet where the bubble has burst, that the rights fees for baseball or football or basketball haven't hit a wall and gone down. Because that's been the thing for the last 20 years is, when's this bubble going to burst? Well, one of the reasons why it hasn't is because it is now the one thing that is almost a guaranteed viewership draw, because it has to be consumed live. Otherwise, it loses a lot of its effect. You don't have to watch a sitcom or a drama live or when it airs the first time, because now people are consuming that content on demand more often than not. But so while it's true, yes, college athletics is still being consumed at higher or at least as high levels as it has been, I almost wonder if people are tuning in and ignoring the conversation around NIL and all of the other stuff, which is fine. I mean,
but isn't that, again, doesn't that go back to the original question of like, is it as bad as it sometimes made out to be if people are still watching and again the audience is growing?
But that can sometimes be misleading, right? You can still be drawing folks to your restaurant and serving and setting records for income, but you got a rat problem in the back. You got rodents in the back.
If people know about the rat problem, they're not going to the restaurant.
Right, but you still have a rat problem, and it's still something that has to be addressed.
But again, like but the comparison with this is people are supposedly annoyed by it. I think and
that's probably the miscalculation.
That's
I don't
my
think
question.
people are annoyed by it.
That's my question.
But it doesn't ignore the fact, because I still don't think the current model that we are in right now is sustainable. I don't think it is sustainable.
In like what way?
In keeping the sport healthy and my bigger concern, and it's been this way from the beginning, and this isn't so much blaming NIL or the transfer portal, though those things are connected, is the loss of schools that will be gone, that won't be able to participate at the highest level. That has been my number one concern with all of this consolidation and conference realignment, is that eventually we're going to get to the point where only a select few are going to be able to participate. And I think that loses some of the magic of what college sports is. So that's my bigger concern. That's why I think all of this is not necessarily sustainable unless you have something to regulate it in some way. Now, necessarily going through Congress probably isn't the way to do it.
Definitely not.
But in the moment, because everyone is still hanging around, yes, the audiences are still there. The games are still the games. People are still enjoying.
Let me ask
Absolutely.
it this way, because like you and I would say the majority of our listeners are way in the weeds on this stuff, in that we know about it.
Mm-hmm.
We've probably had conversations about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you and I certainly have. Like there's the idea of being too online, where you are like so in the weeds of the internet that like what matters on Twitter, it's like it's not real life.
Right.
Is this that? Has this?
It can be.
Because you and I talk about this a lot. And I think that for the most part, we do agree. I'm definitely not wringing my hands as much as you are. But there's a part of me that's like, maybe even I am on the extreme of my concern about it, given that fans are still going out and supporting it in droves, or that they are watching it in droves. And that like audience is stagnating, I think, is one thing. Audience is growing in an era too where there are fewer cable subscriptions. I mean, like that's kind of weird. You would figure less raw numbers, cum, for example, less people to go in the door. You'd figure that the raw number would eventually fall. And in fact, with college baseball, I'm still trying to make sense of like what happened in Omaha and how many people cared or watched it. And like one of my theories over the last couple of years, John, with all this stuff is, post-pandemic, that the importance of sports, it seems to have changed the relationship a lot of people have with it. I think for some, they have said like, look, I found more hobbies that I had in without sports. Our friend Michael Severe's talked about this.
Yeah.
He's like, I enjoyed not having to watch games every night.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to be out of the day-to-day. Others, though, it seems like they were like, it made me miss it more than I realized, and I threw myself into games more, and I found myself interested in more. And so, like, I think that is playing a big part of it too. But I asked that question of you, and I ask it of a lot of us. Like, sometimes are we too in the weeds on this? And ultimately, like, do regular fans who aren't tuning into podcasts or sports radio every day, do they care about this stuff like we do? Or
no, they probably don't. They most certainly don't. Now that doesn't mean, again, it's like you still have a problem. And I still think that, NIL or anything without rules and regulations and enforcement and guardrails is not a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that I think we have found, especially from the women's basketball and this College World Series,
People want stars. They want stars. And that I think has affected some viewership in the past, and I think it's helped driven viewership here. Without Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese,
for sure,
that game ain't getting 9 million viewers.
Definitely.
Without Dylan Cruz or Paul Skeens or Wyatt Langford, those College World Series probably aren't getting 3.5 million viewers. People want stars. And that's probably one of the reasons why, even though, the numbers were good, especially for this era, but were down in the Final Four.
College basketball, yeah. The lack of stars.
They missed out on star power.
The biggest national championship game in football in my lifetime that I can remember, so I can cognitively remember, is the 2006 Rose Bowl between USC and Texas. What did that have? Well, it had brands, but it had Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Vince Young.
It's stars.
I mean, that game had Lindale White, superstars for the sport of college football in that game. And I think that's a good point.
Now, here's where maybe the NIL helps in that. Maybe the NIL will artificially create stars in that now that NIL is essentially pay for play, the perception of someone's value is going to go up when their actual value goes up. So, like, for example, you get some quarterback who transfers. And even though these aren't publicized, but if the word gets out, hey, this dude's going to get X million dollars to transfer from this school to this school, the perception of that may make that athlete more of a star than their actual performance on the field. You get what I'm saying?
Well, how about this for Mitchell? He's going to bring up a player that I think could be this person you're describing. He says, I don't think NIL has been as bad as most people expected. I think more people were expecting scenarios like the kid who signed with Florida for millions per year only to end up at Arizona State. So that's Jaden Rashada. I bet he will be, because of everything surrounding him, certainly a big name early on, whereas normally, John, I wouldn't know a random 4-star quarterback that goes to Arizona State. I wouldn't know that guy. I know his name. Is he a star? We're going to find out.
Sure.
But he is at the very least a name, and so we know about him. I think Caleb Williams certainly, he fits the star mold.
Yeah.
Very, very well. Very, very well.
So, it is an interesting question. It is. And I would agree, because part of it is it's funny because some of the people doing the most yelling or most screaming about it are the ones who are benefiting the most by it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fact that we essentially now have pay for play and none of the money, zero of the money, is directly coming from the schools. Tell me if you're a business owner and you could have your labor paid for and you're not paying a dime for that labor.
John, they want to stop it. It's like, I get it. The control component of this is the reason, I think the biggest reason they want it changed. I get that. I also think that there's a big part of it where they're like, this is so new and it wasn't this way 5 years ago. I don't like it because this isn't what I grew up watching. But man, it's just crazy to think like you're still getting the profit margins. All of them are going to you and you're like, I need to change this. It's like, but you're keeping the money. Like eventually, because you know how I feel, we're going to change. It's going to be pay for play. There are going to be future people in charge. They're going to look back on this moment in time and they're going to say, I can't believe that they wanted to put that on us as an institution to pay for these players. They're going to look back at that in a few years.
Honestly, if there was one thing I could change about NIL today, it wouldn't have anything to do about how the players get the money, how much money they get, or who it's coming from. It would be all about the tax breaks.
Oh, with the donors?
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't care about that.
Oh, I don't. They shouldn't get one scintilla of tax breaks for that. Why should someone get a tax? I mean, it's one thing if you donate to American Cancer Society. That makes sense. You get a tax break. You're doing something for the good of the people.
Sure.
You're donating so that some kid can play quarterback. That's nothing. You shouldn't be getting that. That'd be the one thing I'd change.
But like, why does that bother? Like, why does that bother you?
Well, I just don't believe in tax breaks for things. You know, I get it. There's a bazillion things that are getting tax breaks that probably shouldn't be getting tax breaks. But I
billionaires pay less in taxes than you and me. I'd start there first of all.
But that's the whole point. You're getting a tax break because you've got a bunch of money you can donate to some kid to play football.
Got a message when you were talking earlier from someone locally who's very connected in NIL and one of the universities here. Says, I tend to agree with John. Donor fatigue on NIL is setting in. It took me moving a mountain to get $2 million. The Creightons of the world will not be able to continue this. It's not sustainable. The rich are going to get richer and the less rich will fade into the distance.
That is my biggest concern with all of this together. Just the whole, cake.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern, is that we will lose some schools who either won't be able to compete anymore or will just have to throw their arms up and say, we can't do this, period. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah.
I don't want consolidation of the most powerful schools. I don't. Because I think it affects a lot of other folks. And unfortunately, coming from a small state like this, it eventually the chickens could come home to roost here locally. And I don't want that to happen. That's my biggest concern. Coming up next, you're going to get a chance to see volleyball on network television. It's kind of a big deal.
With the rabbit ears.
On 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. We are all excited about the upcoming weekend. Some of you, maybe you'll have 3 days off in 4 days. Some of you, like John, Nick, and I, you get 4 consecutive days off. Well, you want to play some golf, right? Give them a call, 402-498-0220, and book a tee time today, whether it's Saturday, whether it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in the afternoon, of course, after their 4-person scramble. You can get signed up for a tee time at that phone number, 402-498-0220, and enjoy the weekend. And speaking of tee times and speaking of enjoying things, the 6th annual 4-person Golf Flash Scramble is coming up on August the 4th. So just over a month away, 5 weeks from tomorrow, Friday, August the 4th. It'll be a 12 p.m. shotgun start. So you guys will be finishing up. As the Grum is still going on, we can all enjoy a 1-beer Friday together. Have a great time. $320 per team. Going to get the golf the cart. You get fed, tee gift prizes, and a whole lot more. Go to the website today, miraclehillgolf.com/store, and get signed up for the 6th annual Golf Flash 4-person scramble. They're located just north of Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Introducing Cox Fiber. With fiber-fast speeds, it's internet built for tomorrow, today. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, 3/4-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Twisted Thunder Fireworks is going to save you big money. You'll find the best variety and the lowest prices in the entire state of Nebraska. Don't believe us? See page after page of products and pricing online at twistedthunder.com, where you can watch everything before you buy and choose local pickups so it's ready to go for you at the tent. Go to twistedthunder.com to check out all of our locations in Nebraska and the newest location in Council Bluffs. That's twistedthunder.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Chance tweets in, Big Lib John wants to get rid of tax breaks for all the Moneybag fanboys out there. John, welcome to the resistance.
Lib John.
Lib John.
I've always been one that has been reticent to unnecessary tax breaks. I don't think you should get a break on your taxes because you have a bunch of money and you want to hand it to a kid to play football.
Right.
That's
you
stupid.
You think that loans should be forgiven.
I didn't say that.
Oh, John.
I did not say that.
Now you're talking my language.
Not say that. But if you want to put that lyric in your song, you go right ahead. It's your song.
Loans forgiven.
Well, paused. That might go loans paused.
Bernie Sanders, loans forgiven. Big Lib John.
But I have to have the cutoff somewhere, and the cutoff has to be it'll be the end of June 2023. That's the cutoff.
Okay.
So you have 2 more days to make history.
Nice.
College volleyball is going to get its national exposure on network television. No, Fox did not take my idea and run with it that they should televise the 80,000 seat.
At least not yet.
Extravaganza of volleyball.
At least not yet.
By the way, I mean, Volleyball Day. Come on. Come up with a better name.
Wow. What about the day of volleyball?
Call it the extravaganza of volleyball.
No, that'd be fun too.
We don't use the word extravaganza enough. But the national championship match is going to be aired on the American Broadcasting Company.
They're moving the date.
And that was my first observation.
Usually it's a Saturday. It's a Saturday night.
Saturday night. But they have moved the volleyball national championship match to 2 p.m. Sunday. What is it? December the 17th or 16th?
Correct. December 17th, Sunday. So the semis are still on Thursday.
The semis are still on Thursday on ESPN.
But the final is now on
The final
ABC.
will now be on ABC at 2 o'clock Central Time.
Yes.
And volleyball folks have been wanting this kind of exposure because they see what has happened with women's basketball. Now that some of the women's tournament has been running on ABC.
Few years now, right?
I think about 3 years.
Yeah. Probably post-COVID.
And they're like, hey, we got something going on.
We have heard for years. We've heard for years. I know Dirk Chatelain has written about it many times, that if you get volleyball in front of more of a nationwide audience and not have Creighton and Nebraska playing on Fox Sports 2 at a random, 4 or 5 o'clock time, if you give them the opportunity in the regular season or certainly in the postseason, that fans would see how exciting the match is and they would come out in droves. That's been the thought process.
So that's why I asked the question. Is this good that it's being moved to Sunday afternoon, right smack dab in the middle of an NFL Sunday? Because as we know, the NFL is the one thing that nobody wants to compete against. And this is what they this is what they're going to do. Now, of course, ABC does not have any NFL commitments, so they're looking for programming anyway.
And for the record, like that week, there will be football games on the Saturday. So if even on Saturday, like last year, that was when Knicks Dolphins played the Bills in that game. But that's one game versus the traditional full Sunday slate.
Yeah, there's a bigger audience because virtually every team is playing.
Yeah.
As Cleveland just stole home to get a run in 10th inning. They called him out, but I think they're going to rule him safe.
Yeah, he's safe.
That's awesome. Steal of home. I love it.
It's like the end of the Sandlot.
So I wonder if would it have been better if they would have kept the match on Saturday night and put it on ABC?
Yeah, I wonder, because it doesn't say anything in here, right, about why did they move to Sunday. I wonder what the thought process is.
Well, I think the thought process is we're ABC. We're getting crushed by the NFL every Sunday.
Yeah.
So we just want for the people that don't want to watch football but want some sports, we're going to give them to you.
So I'm pulling up
and I think there is still this stigma of, well, we don't want to disrupt our Saturday night primetime schedule for an experiment.
Yeah,
that's my guess. I'm throwing out guesses, but I bet the first one's probably the most accurate.
Because I'm looking at last year. Okay, so the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl, I know, Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl was on ESPN last year, and so I assume it would be again this year. Now that is a 2:30 bowl game. I don't know. I should pull up the bowl schedule real fast. I don't know if there is a Saturday night bowl schedule, and that was a part of it. So I scroll.
I'm guessing this is ABC wants something.
So they do a Saturday night bowl game. So they would have to, and let's be honest, and I could pull up, I'm going to Google it real fast. The New Mexico Bowl in 2022 TV ratings. Because, John, I'm going to guess that this game, sure enough, 3.2 million viewers. That's the answer. They don't want to move college football off of that time slot because college football gets over 3 million viewers. Even for BYU UAB, those random bowl games get that type of viewership.
But regardless of where or why
bowl.
it's there, I mean, the fact that they're going to get their chance.
Yeah.
They're going to get their chance at exposure to see what they end up getting. By the way, the most watched volleyball match on ESPN was the Wisconsin-Nebraska National Championship 2 years ago, 1.19 million viewers on ESPN2.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know if I feel, confident one way or the other that this will exceed that. I mean, it's going to be in front of more eyes, potential eyes. We talked earlier about Cume. The potential for more people in the room is there because it's on over the air. On the other hand, it's up against football. I think that this is a net positive for the sport.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
The problem of volleyball is, I think a really big one truly is that it is during football season. You mentioned women's hoops earlier. It got 10 million viewers. Got 10 million viewers, and there was nothing else going on that Sunday. It was the star of the show. Caitlin Clark. I know I was in front of my TV to watch that game.
Go Hawks.
And I think a lot of people were. This is hard because it's going to be going up against the literal most popular thing that we have in this country from an entertainment standpoint, the NFL.
And another reason why it is important is this could be a make or break point for splitting up the revenues or splitting up the rights.
Yes.
Because right now, everything that's outside of college football and men's basketball, everything else is packaged together. The reason why ESPN has all of the other championships, from FCS football to the College World Series to the Women's College World Series to the women's basketball tournament to the volleyball tournament, is because they're all packaged together. And one of the thoughts is, well, wait a minute, there's some value here. Why don't we sell the women's basketball tournament separately? Why don't we sell the baseball tournament separately?
Mm-hmm.
Because now we've proven, hey, there's a distinct audience for this that's got value, instead of just putting them all together and just selling them off as one big thing. And if the volleyball, shows some growth and shows some impact on this network broadcast, it may help further that argument.
Yeah.
We'll see. And we'll see if Nebraska's playing in it.
Mm-hmm. We will indeed.
Coming up next, Big Bad NFL.
Let's do it.
Eric Edholm joins us. We haven't talked to him in quite some time. I don't think we've talked to him since before the draft.
I think you're right. So it's been a couple months.
It's been a couple of months. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. We're still monitoring some slow traffic on Dodge Road and US 6 westbound between I-680 South and 120th Street, as well as some slow traffic on I-80 westbound between 60th and 72nd. And there's been a grass fire reported at Platteview Road and 63rd Street, as well as some road construction with the roadway reduced to one lane at 72nd Street southbound at Harrison with stop-and-go traffic from Q Street. Please be aware of these traffic changes as you're headed out the door after this workday. Have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm Taryn Frodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing is the most referred plumber in town, and that's because of our professional plumbers. If you'd like to join the Backlund Plumbing team, go to backlundplumbing.com.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by game.
Hello, Talking Deer here. I want to take this time to thank the Nebraska Lottery. Since 1993, Nebraska Lottery proceeds, over $900 million, have gone to its beneficiaries, including the environment. And since I'm out here in the field every day, I see it firsthand, or first hoof, I guess.
Who are you talking to, dear?
Oh, I was just thanking the Nebraska Lottery and all the people who play for supporting the Nebraska environment.
That's nice, dear.
The Nebraska Lottery. 30 years of building a better Nebraska.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Oh, man, it's going to be a long time before we hear this song actually played before an actual football game. I mean, it's a long way
Getting
off.
closer.
I mean, and by getting closer, it's like saying, the sun technically is getting closer to the earth, but it's so many years.
It is. Yeah, the sun is getting closer to the earth.
Eric Edholm of NFL Media joins us on the 42 Degrees hotline. Hello, Eric.
It's like when people say he's not getting any younger. Well, nobody is, right?
Right.
I mean, yeah, same idea, I think. We're same family of sayings, I guess.
You think Benjamin Button used to annoy people when someone would throw out that cliche and says, "Well, we're not getting any younger."
I am.
And then he just got a point and says, "Well, actually," and then someone just slaps
right.
him.
He's the well actually guy. I've never seen the movie, so I'm willfully ignorant on any reverse aging process there.
I haven't seen it either.
Yeah,
but
me
I am
neither.
familiar
This is
with,
great.
I am familiar though
Yep,
with the fact that he's the character that goes backwards in age. Speaking of things that are backwards, the New York Jets. Is the NFL going to make them do Hard Knocks? Do they almost have to make them do Hard Knocks to make Hard Knocks worth watching?
Yeah, it certainly feels like that's the team that, it's obviously been mentioned in reports and whatnot, and I don't have any reporting on this specifically, but certainly feels like that's the one. I know the Lions got their share of fans. They're obviously kind of a darling team now. It doesn't always work. There've been plenty of forgettable seasons, I think, where either there's no marquee player, there's no, spicy storyline. It's one of those teams that doesn't sort of register the same level as a Cowboys or a New York team or something like that. But yeah, I mean, Rodgers, the pressure on this team to win, the Giants having won last season, the Jets sort of almost won 11 games last year. If you count, the 1-score losses and things like that. I mean, the number of close. I mean, it's just all there. It all lines up. Plus, obviously, the Big Apple, the center of the universe, and all that. I think it makes the most sense. And the Jets could use a little spotlight on them. It's been a minute since we've sort of had them in the crosshairs, I guess.
Eric, should we be surprised that so many players have gambled, whether it's like on NFL games or whether it's just like at the team facility, or given the prevalence of ads? Was it only a matter of time before we kind of got to an off season as newsy as this one has been in that regard?
Yeah, it's definitely topical. It's definitely become a talking point. A lot of shows I've done recently have either led off with this or brought it up pretty quickly. And I get why, right? A lot of this is new. And there was always that question of, can the league somehow police, in any given season, there are between 2,000 and 3,000 players, right? You count practice squad guys and, injured reserve players and guys who get signed for one game, things like that. So, communicating the message and all the things you can and cannot do regarding gambling is not easy. And again, I'm not trying to play, spokesman for the league. I know I'm paid by that, but still, I mean, I think that's just talking to a couple people, the toughest thing. Even if you remind guys 7 and 8 times and send them emails and texts and whatever updates happen along the way. And I know that when I first read the NFL media guidelines on it, I was surprised at how many elements there were to it, not entering a sports book during the season and things like that. Those are things I didn't know before. So there are 2 or 3 big ones that they have to remember, but there are also some small rules. And I don't know what each of these players allegedly did wrong. It could have been 4 or 5 different things that happened. So it was always going to be tough. And this was always likely to be the case, that multiple players were going to, either try to skirt the rules or do it inadvertently, whatever it may be. And the good news so far is that there has been a lack of big name players. I know there have been some whispers about some more prominent names out there that have yet to be announced, but to this point, we haven't heard anything. So I guess that's the best part so far.
How concerned do you think the league is about, like, obviously they don't want there to be betting on own games just because of what that would mean. Like, is that, I know, and there's a report today about the Colts player and maybe doing like a prop bet with rushing yards for one of his teammates. Like that, is that like a realistic concern? Do you think that could have been happening with just more than him, I guess?
Sure. I mean, and it's probably impossible to police everything, right?
Yeah.
If you're an NFL player, you're really not supposed to give insider trading, proprietary information, things like that. Like, oh, hey, by the way, it hasn't been announced yet, but my teammate's not playing this weekend. That's information that anybody would love to get a hold of. If you do it electronically, there's obviously a trail of breadcrumbs they can follow and figure things out that way. But if I'm sitting in your living room and I tell you that, is that realistically something the league is going to be able to track? I don't know. Probably not, right? But yeah, I mean, this is the concern, is that players potentially could be trading information or using that information to go through third parties and removed enough where there is no connection to them and their friends, whatever. That was always going to be the concern. And look, I mean, I guess there are ways to get around it, but you can obviously see that, if you're not taking very careful steps to either follow the rules or, go way out of your way to break them, you could still pretty easily get caught, as we've seen, numerous players now suspended.
And if you haven't heard the news yet, Isaiah Rodgers, Rashad Berry of the Colts, and free agent Demetrius Taylor are suspended for the entire season. They can apply for reinstatement after the end of the 2023 season. Are these types of punishments being levied, is that going to be an effective deterrent to keep future guys from making the same mistakes?
Yeah, and earlier I should clean up what I said. Obviously, Calvin Ridley has already been suspended, and he's now been reinstated. I mean, that was, something that happened last year, and then, gets a new chance here in Jacksonville. And I think if he does well, the league will, make sure to sort of, hey, look, this hurt his career, but he's been able to bounce back and have a second story, if you will. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you take away players' money, that's going to send a pretty strong message, whether it's 6 games for some of these players or the entire season, as was the case for Ridley, and then also a number of players this offseason as well. So there's clearly been enough of it to go around. I mean, I'm sure there are some players with enough disposable income where, they're maybe not as concerned about that as other guys, but the vast majority of the league is year to year, and they know it, right? I mean, probably 2/3 of rosters have to feel like they're in flux, at least the possibility of not making the team or not having their contract picked up the following year, that sort of thing. So that's the hope, I think. You hit players where it hurts most in their wallet for breaking these rules. They're going to either think twice about it or make sure their teammates understand, hey, don't do what I did. Even if it was an innocent mistake, make sure to, keep clear of this stuff.
Eric, traditionally the loser of the Super Bowl, they have a real tough time the following year, whether it's reaching the same level or winning the whole thing. Some of them just outright missed the playoffs. The Bengals, of course, bucked that trend last season. What makes you think that Philadelphia could be like Cincinnati, buck that trend, maybe win the whole thing? And is there something that you look at with them and you're like, I don't see that going as well for them as it did in 2022?
Yeah, all good questions. I mean, and what's interesting is I had written about the Eagles earlier this offseason and kind of made reference to the Super Bowl hangover teams. And you're right. I mean, the last 4 or 5 years, like the Bengals, teams have been able to kind of buck that trend a little bit. But the 20 years prior has sort of been burned into our brains a little bit that, you lose the big game more often than not, you're going to have a rough season. Obviously, the Rams would be, the shining example of that after their Super Bowl title. But they've actually been the exception the last few years. So putting that to the side, the Eagles, I think, and what Howie Roseman has been able to do this offseason, which is keep the core of that team together for the most part, right? Some losses, has been pretty darn impressive. I think, you could argue their defensive line isn't quite as deep because they're counting on some younger guys. Jalen Carter could be an all-pro for all we know, but he's still technically an unknown to this point and was out of shape at his pro day. So, you can't assume that he's a one-for-one replacement for the free agents they lost to San Francisco. So I suppose it could be, and you're losing 2 coordinators. Maybe that doesn't make a big deal. Maybe it does. It does put a lot more pressure, I think, on the remaining coaching staff, and also Jalen Hurts coming off a big year. There's some depth at receiver. If A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith were to go down, I think that would be a pretty big blow for them. But they have enough playmakers that I think they're going to be one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the NFC. And maybe in the NFL for that matter. Schedule's challenging, but and the division's good. I would say the NFC East is a pretty competitive division, but it would take some strange circumstance, I think, for them to really have a truly Rams-like season where, they're not doing well. I guess the Rams won the Super Bowl, so that doesn't really apply to this, but you get the idea. It would take a lot of bad luck, I think, for them to fall hard this year.
Eric Edholm, NFL Media, joining us. Travis Kelce recently did an interview with Vanity Fair and said that he doesn't mind being underpaid because he likes to win. And while I'm sure something like that will endear him to the Chiefs' kingdom even more so than he already is, I can't imagine that his fellow players across the league are hearing this and going, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Like, come on, hook a brother up here.
Yeah.
Man. Just do something for your fellow tight ends here, right? It's not an especially highly paid position, at least relative to, other spots in the NFL. I mean, running back gets all the talk about, there are no more highly paid guys, or at least, commensurate to their value, perhaps. But yeah, a tight end would be on that list as well. And yeah, I like his honesty. I appreciate the candor, and I appreciate the fact that he knows a good thing when he sees it. Right? You're playing with Patrick Mahomes. Those two have become buddy. Obviously, best combination in the NFL, passing combo. 2 Super Bowls in a short span here. He's at the back nine of a Hall of Fame career. I mean, everything's going swimmingly for him. So his situation is going to be a lot different than other tight ends, but it's hard not to read it that way too, and think, hey, let's. There are some guys who do want to get paid out there, and that's their motivation, and good for them.
Eric, where are you at with the AFC North going into the season? I think I heard a stat the other day that if you add up the win totals of every division, this one has the total that's the highest amongst all 4 teams combined. You have the Ravens, and now they have the Lamar Jackson stuff figured out. Obviously, the Browns are going to be expecting more, given that they're going to have Deshaun Watson for a whole season. We've already talked about Cincinnati, and then the Steelers that never finish below 500 under Tomlin. I mean, it's going to be an absolute war, and we're probably going to see 2, for sure, 1 team not make it to the playoffs.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, when I wrote a story 3-4 weeks ago, kind of ranking the most complete rosters in the NFL, the top 10 anyway. And I boiled it down to about, half the league right away. I mean, half the league you can say, look, they're not in contention for this award. They don't apply to this. And all 4 and our AFC North teams made the cut. I think the Steelers were probably the last one to make it. I think they were number 16, but still, the point is, I couldn't quite get the Browns in the top 10, but I think it wouldn't shock me if they have a season like the Vikings did last year. Maybe not 13-4, but I think they're going to be good. I think they're going to win a lot of games. The problem is, what if every team in the division goes 3-3 again? That's what happened last year. You could see that sort of thing playing out, and it ends up hurting a team like the Bengals. If they lose 3 division games, can't really afford to lose too many more.
Yep.
You want to get ahead of the Bills and the Chiefs and the other heavyweights in the AFC, and that's assuming they win the division. I mean, I could make a case for the Browns. I certainly could make a case for the Ravens. I don't know if I could for the Steelers, but if they end up finishing last, I think you're talking about the best last place team in football by a mile. So. Or very close to it, So, yeah, all 4 teams have their hand-picked quarterback there. They've spent big assets on, all 4 of those teams. Joe Burrow, number 1 pick. Kenny Pickett, Steelers' first-round pick. Obviously Watson cost them an incredible amount in terms of money and draft picks. We know Ravens with Lamar, first-rounder, got his deal. That's where you start, but I'd say that most of the teams have done pretty well for themselves in the offseason too. Maybe the Bengals have lost a little on defense. Maybe the Steelers haven't added quite enough, but everyone else I think you could say is done very well for themselves this offseason.
Eric Edholm, NFL Media. Eric, always good to catch up with you, and appreciate the time. Training camp, gosh.
A few weeks away.
3.5 weeks away.
Yeah.
Crazy, right? 4 weeks. Yeah, right.
It's going to be a long training camp. I mean, when you consider that the season itself is still
Eric, John doesn't want. He wants
away.
Summer to last. I
want more summer.
He
Eric.
doesn't want
all I want.
He doesn't want to fast forward. He's not as excited because he doesn't want to fast forward.
We have this pool membership. We don't have a pool at home, so with the local pool. We haven't been once this year.
Yeah.
And the summer's over. I don't even know how it's going to happen. My kids are mad at me. My wife's mad at me. Everything stinks, I
was thinking about that yesterday when I went home. I was like, oh my gosh, it's July in 3 days. And it's like a month gone. And I haven't been to the pool yet either. A month. It's already gone.
Oh, you got to get going.
So you haven't used your pool membership either?
I haven't either. No.
Wow.
I know. Very sad. Very sad.
Eric, have a great 4th of July weekend.
Thank you. You guys as well.
Thanks, Eric.
Eric Edholm joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source by your mom's house hotline.
I have a pool at my apartment. I just haven't been there.
I do too. I just haven't gone either.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at you guys with your pool. All I have is a wimpy little grilling deck.
A wimpy little, but you've probably used that.
You also have a house.
Actually, I have not been on my...
And a loving family.
God, you can just buy a pool.
Daddy, it's so good to see
Just
you.
get an above-ground pool,
Your wife
Mr.
comes in.
Corner
We
Yard.
had an above-ground pool, and I hated
look
it.
at Mr. Corner corner yard.
I hate
Above ground pools suck. They're garbage.
When they're all
suck.
you can get, then they're not bad.
Nick,
They all
Yes.
suck.
we need a
Yeah.
sports flag.
Listen, just because Freddie Fermin got a time for an unsportsmanlike
Double
conduct
and won the
sports
game for the
flash
Royals.
Oh,
Is that,
yeah.
is that really worth a
from
sports
the
flag?
Go Royals!
Sports desk.
Yeah, why did you tweet about the stolen base, but nary a word said about the Royals
This is
coming
the
back
first
to
time
win?
hearing.
First of all, I don't really give two craps about the Royals. Secondly, it wasn't as cool as stealing home.
Wow.
Stealing home is cool.
Now I'm not going to give
You
credit.
know who else hasn't stolen home? That
Shohei.
bum Ohtani.
Nice.
Wow, he sucks.
So Woj and Shams tweeted about
Oh,
this.
good
but we're not
God.
giving them credit, John.
Good, because I'm sure it's dated information, but it's coming from Woj.
It is because the amateur NBA analyst at Dropping Dimes 20 tweeted yesterday at 4:51. Other thing is James Harden will opt into his contract and a request to trade. Don't know which team he wants though. Amateur NBA analyst is right. James Harden's getting traded. And according to Woj,
Which team though?
the Clippers and Knicks are expected to be among the teams that will engage.
Bing bong.
Bing bong. Or the
also,
Clippers.
snip snip. I guess is that what the
Snip,
Clippers do?
snip.
Snip snip.
Is he getting the goodies taken care of, Nick? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what the Clippers thing is. You know,
Hey,
the Knicks have bing bong. The Clippers have snip snip.
excuse me, but Big Jim Harden, you're the only way you can come play for our franchise is if you get your boys clipped.
Yep.
Snip snip.
That's
Can't
it.
have him anymore. Snip, snip.
Snip
You know
snap.
how the Yankees forever had the no hair, no facial hair policy.
You got to get your
The
tubes
Clippers.
tied.
The Clippers.
Yeah.
The Clippers.
Yeah.
Clippers, you got to get them a second.
I don't think that's
Uh-huh.
what your tubes tied means, Josh.
Oh, is that for the?
That's
is that
for
the
the
other
women.
That's
I
for
for-
the women?
I for always. There's tying and tubes. You know, they're doing. Stuff
I think
back
they're more burning and cauterizing.
No, I don't think they're
Snipping and burning.
burning and cauterizing.
I think they snip it and then they burn
they
it.
snip it and then they rip it.
Oh God.
Either way, yeah, Big Jim
Big
Harden.
Jim Harden.
I think a lot of people thought he was going back to Houston, so it's interesting that
He should, because a guy named Big Jim Harden should be in Texas.
Bingo! You could make the ads and everything. Big Jim Harden
Riding in on his stallion with his chaps and his badge.
Oh,
Marshall Big Jim Harden.
and the goodies still taken care
And the
of.
goodies, and because
No snipping.
they don't do any snipping. The only
You
snipping
want-
they do in Texas is to the cows.
You want that to be
Nice.
my next song? I do a Marty Robbins version of Big Jim Harden.
Big Jim Harden. Who's Marty Robbins?
Marty Robbins is an old country western.
We could do it to the tune of Big Iron
Works for me.
Don't know what that means, but sounds
with
good.
a big iron on his hip.
That's a great idea. We need a song for Big Jim Harden.
Mhm. Maybe to the Knicks.
Bing bong.
Maybe to the Knicks.
Bing bong.
There you go. NBA, John. Wow, it's so cool. Can't wait to see
Which was
Kyrie
the
talking about flat
backup
Earth.
to the famous NBA. It's fantastic.
It's fantastic.
It was
Dribble,
the
pass, shoot.
NBA.
Basketball is fun.
What did you say?
It's so cool.
The NBA. It's so cool.
That's right. Yeah.
They just get some random white kids to say it's so
It's
cool.
so cool.
That'll bring the folks to the
Let's
action.
make some commercials later this year for that. The NBA. It's so cool.
It's so cool.
Kelsey says Nick is right about them cauterizing the tubes. Hashtag good women's anatomy.
Hey,
There
look
you
at me.
go. Look at Nick knowing what's happening with bodies.
I know women's anatomy.
Wow.
Mm.
It's usually what the insoles say on the internet. I think that.
Oh no.
Tough luck there,
I
Nick.
said insole.
Insole.
Incel.
Either way.
What?
Involuntarily celibate. I'm so jealous that you don't know what that is.
John, you live in a great world.
It's the
I
worst.
do live in a great world,
Yeah, he has a grill deck. Of course he lives in a great
but I
world.
don't have a pool. I
And
just
a
know
yard
it.
that he can gas
And
mow.
he doesn't know what incels are. That you don't want they're bad people, John.
They're not great.
Are they anti-vaxxers?
Incels are what you think I am when I tell you that I play video games.
Yes, bingo.
That's exactly
what you
that's
imagine
an
Nick to
incel
be
is.
his ilk. Nick, great job. By the way, has Steve Sipple responded?
Nope.
Okay, well, the odds on hearing from Sip in 30 minutes have gone down considerably.
Are we doing dumb debates again today?
Oh, let's do it.
we're not
I got a
doing
good
dumb
one.
debates.
I
All
messaged
right.
you guys.
We're not doing dumb debates.
Okay, we're not doing dumb debates.
Sad.
We can't spoil it for everybody.
Mm.
You know,
Big Jim Harden.
when, no, I'm not going to go there. We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Thursday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies along with mild and humid conditions. Temperatures only cooling into the lower 80s after sunset. For tonight, increasing cloud coverage. Another round of showers and thunderstorms possible after midnight. Some of these storms could be packing damaging wind gusts and also large-size hail. Overnight low temperature of 68 degrees. Mild and humid for your Friday. Partly cloudy skies with a high of 87. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. We're still seeing a lot of slow traffic in the area at I-80 eastbound between 96th and 72nd, and I-80 westbound between 42nd and 72nd are both looking like some pretty slow spots at this time. We're also seeing some slowdowns on I-480 southbound between Woolworth and I-80, as well as on Dodge Road westbound between I-680 South and 120th Street. There still is a grass fire on Platteview Road and 63rd Street, as well as some road construction with the roadway reduced to one lane at 72nd Street southbound at Harrison, and stop-and-go traffic from Q Street involved in that. So please be aware of these traffic changes as you're heading out of the office. And tomorrow's Friday. That should make you smile. Have a great day. I'm Taryn Prodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer. Visit any of our 4 locations for your new Chevy or pre-owned vehicle or at SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Gary here for Templeton Rye Whiskey for the strong-spirited. Baseball is back and another exciting summer, and Templeton Rye is bringing a few all-stars of their own. They've got 4-year, 6-year, 10-year reserve. Templeton Rye, it is a home run all around. Now, you want to learn more about Templeton Rye, just check out their Instagram page, Templeton Distillery, or better yet, take the short drive outside of Omaha to the on-site distillery. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa, Rye Whiskey.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Twisted Thunder Fireworks is going to save you big money. You'll find the best variety and the lowest prices in the entire state of Nebraska. Don't believe us? See page after page of products and pricing online at twistedthunder.com, where you can watch everything before you buy and choose local pickups so it's ready to go for you at the tent. Go to twistedthunder.com to check out all of our locations in Nebraska and the newest location in Council Bluffs. That's twistedthunder.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Fireworks season is here. This week is a Zone Deal 4th of July Mega Week. Each day, we'll feature deals from businesses sure to make your 4th of July great. Half off. Check out our deals from Twisted Thunder Fireworks. And to fill your stomachs, half off deals from Cops and Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. All for half off. Don't miss this 4th of July Zone Mega Week at 1620thezone.com and click deals.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
Gonna let that hang out there and dangle.
The 1620 The Zone.
I just wrote a great line for Nick's song, and he's not going to use it.
It needs to fit, John. It needs to
fit. Stone Cold Steve Austin got big after you were born.
No,
yes.
I'm not saying it doesn't fit as in it doesn't make sense. I just need to make sure it fits it. I have criteria. I have rules that I wrote for myself when I'm doing this.
How would this be? Okay, the line is Stone Cold Beer Bash, Princess Di car crash. Those things happened in the same
They did,
time.
and it works great, but
why are you laughing?
I'm not.
It's such a good line. It's so good.
It's a great line.
Yeah.
But so this
And
is,
they were huge events.
They were, and this is going to be at the beginning of the song. But the problem is that Stone Cold Beer Bash, Princess Di Car Crash, that's got more of a vibe to the Bay of Pigs Invasion line, and that comes much later in the song.
Well, maybe you're finding out that maybe the
Rules are meant to
Backstreet
be
Boys
broken.
who did the other song that you don't like, maybe you're finding out that being chronologically in order is tougher than you
It was
think.
Fall Out Boy, but the Backstreet Boys did release Backstreet's Back, and
All
that was a
right.
big deal, so I'm going to have to put that in there too.
You're gonna put Backstreet's Back in?
I have to
Oh,
put
you're gonna
Backstreet
put
Back.
Backstreet's back in there, but not Stone Cold Car Crash, Princess Di.
I'm going to
Stone
mention
Cold
Princess
Beer
Di,
Bash.
don't worry.
No, I want it together. Stone Cold
It
Beer
has
Bash,
to
Princess
fit the
Di, Car
structure,
Crash.
John. You want
It
me to do
did.
this right?
It fits the structure.
It fits the structure for a different part of the song, but it doesn't make sense for it to be in the first part of the song.
Real quick, are we sure that the original everything happened in order?
Yes.
Was it chronological?
It was chronological.
If
He
it's
kind of
not-
sped through like the last verse. He kind of sped through some
If
things.
it's not,
but
if it's not perfectly
No.
in chronological order, it's close enough.
it
for
wasn't by
government.
month, but it was by year. So it's every verse includes 2 years. So the first verse is 1949 and 1950, and then it's 50 and all the way through to 89.
There you go.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
No,
Just wanna make-
that's why it's a great song.
It's a fine song. It's okay.
Like I don't like the song, but like it's very well written.
You
I wanna
don't.
aspire
You
to
don't use my line. I'm going to use my line.
Please use your line. It's such a good line.
That's
Great
like
line. It's
that's
the
like
best
when John wrote a song at the beginning of COVID called "To Come On Eileen" called COVID-19, but our boss said we couldn't do it.
John,
I wonder if I still have that.
I need
I
you-
found it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I found here. I'll go find it. Real
I
fast.
need you
So
to
I-
know if I don't include this line, it's not because I don't love it, because it's amazing.
It's a
it just
great
needs
line.
to fit. It's a puzzle. I'm building a puzzle right now.
Well, then my puzzle piece is like a unicorn. It's perfect in every
All
way.
right, scroll. Oh no, does my inbox still go back that far? Yes, it does. All right, here we go. So John wrote this song, Nick. This was going to be the song that we played whenever there was COVID.
COVID
news.
updates.
COVID's over, so
And
we
you
can
ready
talk
for this?
about it now.
This is Wednesday, March 11th. So this was the day.
Oh.
This was the day that music died. That's a reference to Buddy Holly, Nick. COVID-19. Oh, I swear you are mean at this moment. You'll kill everything right now. I guess no March Madness. I bet worse than herpes. COVID-19.
Worse than herpes.
God, that was funny. And then, yeah, Stibbs, just want to make sure, should we do this? Am I being paranoid? Wow, him and Nick really are a lot alike.
Yeah, they are.
Oh,
what is it
I'm
with all these
basically Stibbs.
neurotic
Yeah.
producers that we have? This
Mark
is so
said he
wrong.
appreciated the creativity and liked the idea, but it's too risky. Sad.
Well, we could do it now.
We could do it now. We'll
Sad.
we'll forever remember the unreleased single COVID-19 by Dolph Gets Woke. Maybe we can release it on the greatest
Dolph
hits.
Gets Woke.
Yeah, that was
That
the
was
name.
Stibbs' band.
That was the name of Stibbs' band whenever
Oh.
he would do songs. Dolph Gets Woke.
Dolph Gets Woke.
All right.
About Adolph Rupp,
Adolph Rupp.
who had an afro.
Yes, he did. Just one of the great things that Mimi Scott ever did for us.
Whatever happened to Mimi Scott?
Was that album cover?
Yeah.
Dolph Gets Woke.
That's funny. COVID-19. Good stuff.
Well, we mentioned a little bit earlier, but we actually have a lot of schools preparing for July 1st because you've got,
You talking about conference realignment
Yeah.
stuff? Yeah.
but the more important thing is, well, not more important, but certainly the thing that will get the most attention is UCF, Houston, BYU, and Cincinnati overnight go from being have-nots to haves. They go from being group of 5 to power 5.
To poop of 5.
UCF, Houston, BYU, Cincinnati going to the Big 12. But we also have Charlotte, FAU, North Texas, Rice, UAB, and Texas San Antonio moving to the AAC.
Of course.
And Jacksonville State, Liberty, New Mexico State, and Sam Houston join Conference USA. For schools like Sam Houston, they're jumping up. They're going up in a class. They're leaving the FCS and going to the FBS. And that's all going to take place on July the 1st. So happy Saturday to all of you.
Wow, free agency and conference realignment on the same day.
Crazy, isn't it?
Man, that's some excitement right there.
Friend of the Grum, Brett McMurphy, the man who saved the Nebraska-Oklahoma series.
Thank you, Brett, for your service.
Mentioned in a tweet today that 4 schools make the jump to the Power 5 on Saturday. We mentioned them.
Yeah.
He went back and looked at all the schools that have joined new Power 5 conferences in the past 12 years and the number of winning records that those teams have had in league play since joining their new conference.
Okay.
Would you like to proffer a guess as to who the best team is in that category?
This is league record in their
So
first year.
This is over the years they have been in their new league.
My bad.
How many times have they had a winning record in their new conference?
This is so many. Can you give me the schools? So this is what, G5 to P5 you said?
This is it could either be G5 to P5 or it could be like
Nebraska
switching conferences from one Power 5 to another Power 5.
Okay.
Who is number 1?
Utah.
Very good.
They've been awesome. They have been, like, TCU has also been very good, and my guess is TCU is number 2.
Utah, by the way, is the only school in this group of 10.
To have won a conference, right?
That's not a group of 10,
okay.
group of 13. They are the only one to have a better than 500 record in this category, meaning that they have had winning records in their new league more times than they have had losing records in their new league.
TCU has just been a little up and down. You know, Gary Patterson, it was the end of his run, and so he took a step back. They've been good. Oddly enough, they've not won the league.
Utah has had winning records in the Pac-12 8 out of 12 years.
They've been super impressive, and I would say that they're peaking right now.
Yes.
Which is
I would
sad for
agree.
them, given that the league is about to dissolve. So is TCU number 2?
By number, yes.
By number of wins?
By percentage, no. Pitt has 5 winning records in the ACC in their 10 years. TCU has 5 winning records in the Big 12 in their 11 years. By the way, Nebraska also has 5, but it's 5 in 12 years. So by percentage, Pitt, TCU, Utah, or Pitt, TCU, Nebraska would be those teams. But there's a couple of other schools that have a better percentage. Louisville has had 4 winning years in the ACC in their 9 seasons. And West Virginia has had 4 winning seasons in the Big 12 in 11 years in their new league. But Texas A&M, 11 years in the SEC. Guess how many times Texas A&M
has had
a winning record in the SEC?
All right, so I know they did for sure in their first year with Johnny Manziel. They were awesome. That is probably, of all the teams that have done realignment, that is the best individual year that a team has had in their first season.
Sure.
But so did Missouri. Missouri made the conference title game. I digress. Texas A&M had that one year. They also had the COVID year when they went 10-1 or something. So I know for sure 2. I'm going to say they had 1 more. 3.
You're right.
Wow.
3 in 11 years.
They've stunk.
Now, of course, it's A&M, so they actually claim
12
out of 11 years.
Every year. Yeah, for sure.
Missouri, twice. Syracuse, once in 10 years. Colorado, once in 12 years. And poor Maryland and Rutgers, still without a winning conference record in their new league. They're both 0 for 9.
Well, look, I know Rutgers is a dumpster fire.
Yes.
They were kind of okay, though, in the first couple of seasons. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to pull it up. I think one of the years Nebraska played in like 2014, they went like 8-5 on the season. Let's see. They did. They went 8-5. Oh, they went 3-5 in league play, though. So that means they were a team that won all their games in the non-conference, I'm guessing. Let's see. They beat Washington State, Howard, and Navy, and Tulane. So they went 4-0, but then they just lost Penn State, Ohio State, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan State. Wow. Yeah, the move for those teams has been interesting to say the least. Interesting to say the least.
Would you say of the 4 teams making the move this year?
So Oklahoma, Texas.
Well, not counting them.
Oh, you're saying the ones. So BYU, UCF,
BYU,
Houston, BYU, UCF,
Houston, and
Cincy,
and Cincinnati.
A little off on the yeah.
Which of those 4 have the best chance of being at the top of this list when we look back at this in another 5 years?
So there are two teams that I think have the best chance, and I just want to talk it out with you. Actually, I think Cincinnati, oddly enough, has the worst chance because
really
I am selling on Cincy because of who their coach is. At Luke Fickell, I would be buying them, but I'm just not a fan of Satterfield, man. After what happened with Louisville, they were going to fire him. So I put them off to the side. I guess you could talk me into Houston, but for me, it comes down to UCF and BYU.
Mm-hmm.
UCF has been look, they've been one of the best group of 5 programs for many years running now, and now they're out of the group of 5. BYU is fascinating because they've won a national championship.
Yeah.
They are they're historically a really good program. They also have adults on their roster. They have men, grown men on their roster.
Do.
On the other hand, given what it entails to go to BYU, it's not always the easiest to recruit. And so they're not just going to be able to load up on 5 stars.
Yeah.
But man, they have a rabid fan base. I would probably lean UCF. I'd go UCF, BYU, Houston. But I could flip the two. I could flip those two. I could be talked into Houston being higher, but I'd go Cincinnati last.
Interesting.
Would you
make a good argument? BYU, that's a proud program. Now it's going to be different for them because they have been used to being kind of out there on their own mountain time zone island for a long time now, and this is going to be a real adjustment for them. I don't think it will be as much of an adjustment for UCF. UCF also has a great recruiting base, and Gus Malzahn is a good coach, and he's been at this level before. So there's nothing. And he's been at the level. He was in the SEC.
And the league's about to lose Oklahoma and Texas, man. It's going to be nice.
I think UCF probably stands the best chance of being near the top of this list. The only thing I'll disagree with in the order is I will put Cincinnati ahead of Houston because Cincinnati they've got the recent success and they are in Ohio. I know Houston's in Texas, but I think I'm going to give Cincinnati a little more credit, give Satterfield a little more credit, but I can't disagree with the top 2.
Yeah.
I can't disagree with the top 2, but I feel pretty confident that UCF of those 4 teams will have the best chance to really, have a good run of success in their first decade in the Big 12, more than the other 3.
Yeah. By the way, Amazing Daniel and Nick now are arguing in the comment section on YouTube.
You should be glad that I deleted what I was going to type.
What are you arguing about?
He's being annoying and actually about things because he's like, well, it's actually 5 years per verse. And then he's going through and hand typing and all the things mentioned because I got the word verse wrong and he's being really annoying about it. Instead of verse, I should have said.
Does he owe us still for this? Oh, no. It's
instead of verse. I don't know what the
defensive.
word is because I don't know music theory. I'm sorry, Daniel, but da 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 da. The Harry Truman
You don't know
Doris.
what a verse is?
No, I know what a verse is. Harry Truman, Doris Day, Red China, Johnny Ray, da 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 da, Joe DiMaggio.
Stone Cold Beer Bash, Princess Di, car
Whatever
crash.
that.
Stick it in there. Just find a spot and stick it in there.
Whatever that series of things is called when he stops and then starts singing again later with other things.
Nick, you don't have to get
That's
so
not a
defensive
verse. I
about
just don't know
this.
what it's called.
See, you
Is
wouldn't
that
have
a
had this
stanza?
problem if you.
Is it a stanza? I don't know.
If you would
I
have
never
just
studied music theory.
accepted my greatness.
Wow.
And just said, you know what, John, I'm putting this in. I'm going to
John,
find a way.
I don't know how else I need to tell you. It's an amazing line, and I love everything about it. It just needs to work
Nick,
within the rules I've created.
All you had to do with Daniel say is I didn't realize the verse was everything before the chorus. You don't have to get this upset about it. It's not a big deal. It's fine. I don't know stuff all the time.
Oh, this is fun.
Man, they argue a lot.
They do
Daniel
argue
and
a
Nick,
lot.
they go at each other on
It's
YouTube.
because he just likes to trigger me, but I hate people who just want to be right about everything, and they just try to nitpick every
to be
single
fair,
little
Nick,
thing.
I feel like you want to be
I
right.
know, that's why I don't like him. We're like magnets that separate when you
Nick-
try to put the
Nick-
right pieces
Nick
together.
got actively mad at me one time when I was like, my car doesn't have automatic lights. And then it didn't have automatic lights. Nick hates what he is, maybe, I think is the answer here.
That's not a secret. Why do you think I listened to emo music in high school, Josh?
Nick and Amazing Daniel handshaking me.
No, like I said, it's like magnets when you try to put two similar things together.
We have.
I think they're stanzas.
They're probably stanzas. That sounds like something that's a music thing.
Also, Zach keeps sending me more lyrics. I'm not going to read. He's COVID and Wuhan lab, to get or not, the jab. I mean, I guess you could throw that in there if you'd like, Nick. I'll forward it your way. Yeah. For the stands.
Yeah, Wuhan lab has to rhyme with something in this song.
Yeah, he says to get or not get the jab. See, I don't think that's enough syllables. And he says COVID leaked from Wuhan lab.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it did. I mean, that's true.
I don't know if you want that in your pretend song, Nick.
Also, if you want it to fit, it would be COVID leak Wuhan lab.
Jed says, can we go back to Nick going a quarter when he gets defensive? He would owe like 4 paychecks just from today.
It's true. I'm glad I'm allowed to get defensive again.
Oh.
All right. Maybe Sipple. Who knows?
Maybe Sip.
What do we think?
I
think
say
no.
I haven't heard back.
I think when he calls him, it's going to go right to voicemail.
Yeah.
Or it's going to go,
or you know
I'm
what?
sorry, the number you're trying to dial.
Or he's probably back on the phone with the nice, who was the nice Apple? Was it the nice Apple lady?
Yes.
When he lost his phone.
Yeah, that was a best of crossover last year.
That was a best of crossover last year.
It was amazing. Sip
I
just
was
coming
gone
in
that
hot.
day. So bummed.
It was a good crossover.
It was a good crossover. Speaking of crossovers, they have those and SUVs and trucks and cars at Woodhouse Chevy, your trusted friend for new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. And now at the corner of 112th and Dodge, a legacy location for folks in Omaha where they have bought their Chevrolets. And to get today, Woodhouse and the corner of 112th and Dodge right there together. And you know, you go around the lot, you see the great selection of Blazers, Traverses, Equinoxes, Malibus, and the brand new Chevy Trax, which if you were watching the College World Series, you saw a lot of commercials for the Chevy Trax. The new vehicle, the new crossover that provides the technology and affordability all at the same time. And right now, you can still save $6,000 off MSRP on the 2023 Silverado 1500 at Woodhouse Chevy. We got the Silverados with the styles, features, and colors you are looking for. So hit up woodhouse.com, look over the huge selection online, and while you're there, you can chat with their knowledgeable, friendly staff, schedule a test drive, all at your convenience. Find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29, Missouri Valley, and now 112th and Dodge in Omaha. Woodhouse.com. With approved credit, see dealer for details. Expires 6/30/23.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
We're celebrating 4th of July early at 42 Degrees with deals so low you'll declare your independence from big box stores. Get our premium kratom starting at only $9.99, CBD from just $8.99, or candles from just $5.99. Light up with an awesome pipe at 42 Degrees. Choose from a great selection of glass, silicone, wood, or metal with a smoke-in price as low as $12.99, and with the most knowledgeable, friendly, and professional staff anywhere. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Why?
Why?
If you
Why?
have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours. Why?
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users. Why? Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked or uneven concrete, Everlevel can do it all with their complete repair solutions. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, and protect the surface, all at a fraction of the price compared to replacement. And better yet, they offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
You know what? I have decided we are giving our spirit of the day to Nick.
Oh, no.
Because he's had a lot of spirit today.
Nick, play the open.
Yep.
Spirits in my head.
Let us lift your spirits. It's time for the Templeton Rye Whiskey Spirit of the Day.
Nick Grimm.
Spirit of the day.
For being very spirited in his efforts, to correct the Beach Boys, whose song
Fall Out Boy
triggered him.
He did, yeah. No, it did.
I'm sorry, Beastie Boys. They blew the song. Nick was triggered by it. So we challenged him. He's trying to write his own song. Then I tried to write him a really cool line.
It's a very good line. You tried to write him a good stanza.
Yeah. And then Daniel got on him on the YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick has had to show a lot of spirit today. So Nick, congratulations. You are the Templeton Rye Spirit of the Day, which is appropriate because Templeton Rye is from your neck of the woods. There
I grew up
in Iowa.
Right next to it.
There you go.
Congrats to
It's
Nick
perfect.
and congrats to Templeton.
I saw Jason Aldean there when I was a kid.
Nice.
Right before he blew up.
Jason Aldean blew up?
No, not like
Was
that.
he on the submarine too?
He'll be in the song. Wait for the verse.
By the way,
Sorry,
Daniel's
stanza.
still commenting, Nick, if you'd like to go read.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Read his.
Probably going to keep commenting until you.
I saw the thing about like me pushing up my glasses, but I pushed up my glasses after I said that. So
Jed also adds that we could go to Mahogany with all the money that defensive Nick is giving us today.
That's a fair
with
point.
Ravi, who goes there all the time, apparently.
Yeah.
it's up to you guys. Do you want me to do it for being defensive, or
No, we
do you
can't
want me
keep-
to
no, we can't
shorten
keep
words
changing.
again?
I don't miss. I don't miss. The
I'm
short
fine with
words.
going back to shortening
Yeah,
words.
I don't miss you not, shortening the words anymore.
I miss saying
Makes you
breakfast pizza, but my
it,
way.
It makes you sound more mature.
Mm.
More mature. By the way, we were talking about the we had last night the Domingo Germán perfect game, 24th in Major League history, 4th for the Yankees. Do you know the teams plural that have been a victim of the perfect game most times in Major League history?
Phillies.
The Phillies have never been perfected against.
Wow.
The Phillies have never been perfected
A's.
again. The A's last night was their second.
Okay, I don't want to keep just guessing baseball teams.
The Rockies.
No, they haven't been around long
The
enough.
Rockies, the Rockies
Yeah,
have not been
94.
perfected against. The Marlins have, though. They came in the league the same time.
Yeah, but like not to be the most ever. How
But
many
ge-
times
but-
is
but-
the most
But
ever?
you know what? One of the newest teams is one of the record holders.
Is it the Rangers?
No. The Dodgers have been perfected against 3 times.
The Trolley Dodgers?
And the Tampa Bay Rays
What?
have had 3 perfect games thrown against.
You know they used to be called the Devil Rays, Nick?
I did know that.
There you go.
You could put that in your song.
That's pretty crazy. Devil Rays perfect game.
I am going to mention the Marlins in 97 because people forget they won the World Series.
Don't mention the Marlins in 2003, Nick.
Well, now maybe I will. You remember that, John? You remember the Marlins?
Yes!
The World Series.
The 2003 NLCS came up in the Bear season 2, which is set in Chicago.
I ain't watching that crappy show.
I think you'd appreciate the line, the way that the character delivered.
Oh, is
the
it
line.
called The Bear because Chicago Bears and it's in Chicago?
Definitely. Have you not watched The Bear?
Not yet. It's on my list.
Oh, okay.
It's on your list. Okay. Good.
Get the eggs.
Good that you have a list.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's time to place your bets.
The answer is no. I don't think the phone works.
Yeah,
I think I think Sipple, because if you missed it, Sipple was on with Nick and Gary this morning, and he mentioned that he dropped his phone. I think he dropped it in Ainsworth. So I think Carter Nelson at Carter Nelson numbers is to blame for this.
Well, you know what happened? He probably dropped the phone and it was fine.
Hmm?
But the crush of humanity,
all those
that was
people.
there.
Yeah, did you see that picture
crushed
Sean tweeted out? There were so many. There were like at least 20 people there.
Yeah,
man,
the crush of humanity that was there actually crushed the screen on the phone.
So he was outside of a store earlier today, and he was like, I don't want to get a new phone. But my guess is he got a new phone, and so it's going to be, hopefully he has all his contacts at least, unlike the last time.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Remember that?
They're supposed to save all that stuff to the cloud.
Yeah, and I don't think he does that, though. Alex and Lincoln says, Carter Nelson broke Sipple. Yeah. Here's a wild couple of texts from Mark. Genuine curiosity. Haven't been on the program in a while. How's John Bishop doing? John, how are you doing?
I'm right here. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm good. All's good.
John's been on the show every day for the last 3 days.
It's a record.
Yeah, it really is.
For the last 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's back.
Yeah, we're all here. We're all together.
And now we're going on vacation.
And then we're going on vacation.
Yeah, after this, is this the last week in July we're all going to be together?
Well, we're not in July.
Well, fair.
You just got amazing Daniel again, Nick.
That's fair. Is this the last week we're going to all be together?
Probably, because, well, next week is going to be a shortened week.
A while.
Yep.
And then the week after that, no, we might have the middle of July. Are you going anywhere the 10th through the 14th?
No.
Okay, I think we'll have that.
We'll have the 10th through the 14th.
It's going to be a great month. But
Smack
then,
dab in the middle
Nick,
of July.
when are you leaving? Are you leaving
the 17th?
17th. So Nick's on the 17th week. And then I'm gone at the end of that week. I don't know when you're gone, John.
Well, it's not till August.
Yeah, and then I'm getting married in August.
And then I'm off on August.
But you know what?
Beginning of August.
Nice.
But
It's summer.
But you know what is coming up very soon is
Football
the
season.
is the golf flash.
Yes, it is. August the 4th, John.
What day of the week is it? Is that
Friday.
It is a Friday. Okay,
Yeah.
I saw
Friday,
the
August
calendar.
4th. It'll be a 1 beer Friday.
Yeah.
We'll be there. All of us will be there. Even Nick.
Even
Nick. You said you're going to be on the 17th.
And then the beginning of August, I put in for the 4th, but that was before I
Just
knew
the
all the
4th?
details. Yeah, because I've got a friend from out of town and I have to go to Ames.
Oh, frolfing.
Not a frolf friend.
Oh, not a frolf.
I mean, we're probably gonna frolf, but it's not a frolf friend, you know.
Okay.
Well, either way, if you want to
get
get
signed
your
up.
team registered, one low price was it? It's only like $320.
Only $320, man.
For a team of 4.
Team of 4, food, prizes.
There's gonna be food. There's gonna be prizes. Us.
Beer.
Golf.
Yeah.
We've always been blessed with very acceptable weather. Remember last year when we had the thunderstorms go either side of the golf course?
I do, yes.
And so we had a great view of all these thunderstorms and people getting dumped on
Thunder
in the middle of Omaha, but no problem.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Great times.
So if you'd like to join us, make sure you go to miraclehillgolf.com/store.
Jordan
And-
says
and get registered.
Jordan says the Rays had a perfect game thrown on them 3 times in 4 seasons, 09, 10, and 12. Yikes.
Yeah.
That's not great.
So
yeah, get signed up today, friends.
miraclehillgolf.com. Get there, get signed up, because these things usually sell out
very quickly.
Hey, we've given you almost 5 weeks of warning.
5 weeks.
Almost 5 weeks of warning.
Yes.
That this is coming.
Plenty of time to plan. Plenty of time. Plus,
But don't,
football season
don't
hasn't
spend
started.
the whole time planning because you need to get registered. We don't want
Yeah.
you to miss out on your spot.
It's not the start of school yet. You don't have to worry about the kids.
No, it's the perfect time.
Perfect time.
So coming up next, it's either more grab ass or Steve Sipple.
Oh.
Or they could be one and the same.
That's
Grab ass.
Mm-hmm.
On 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. We're still looking at some road construction with the roadway reduced to one lane at 72nd Street southbound at Harrison with some stop-and-go traffic from Q Street. And I-80 westbound between I Street and Q Street, as well as 42nd Street and 72nd Street are all a little bit more congested around this time than usual, as well as on I-80 eastbound between 96th Street and 72nd Street, and even Blair High Road northbound between I-680 and State Street are seeing some slow-moving cars in those areas. So please be aware of those as you're heading out of the office to enjoy the rest of your Friday Eve. Have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm Taryn Prodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is every day.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
We've all had this happen. Somebody says something about a thing, and then a couple of days later, you see an ad for that thing pop up on your newsfeed. Weird, right? Well, in an honest attempt at not being weird, Langfeld Overhead Doors would like you to remember them when you or your friends need a new garage door. You can trust the professionals at Langfeld Overhead Door to repair or replace your garage door. You can also trust them not to listen in on your conversations, because that's weird. Langfeld Overhead Door, 402-234-2700.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw from your mom.
I mean, seriously, why do we even bother?
Oh, I mean, I guess it is sad.
Sip not showing up, going in the song.
I was looking forward to hearing about Sip's travel log to Ainsworth.
Yeah, it would be nice. Somebody tweeted in.
Also, his thoughts on Carter Nelson and just the nature of recruiting in general. I actually had a really good question
landing on the moon
regarding his attitude and his thoughts and his feelings towards recruiting, but guess we won't be able to do that because Sip can't hold on to his phone.
Steve says, I'm starting to think Sip just doesn't like you guys anymore.
I'm starting to think that.
That might be true, but yesterday they were recording a podcast, and I really do think he's getting his phone fixed right now. Now, the question's going to come to us, and he's going to I could do tomorrow. And so we're going to have to ask ourselves, do we want to have him on tomorrow?
I don't think we have time tomorrow.
No, I mean, we could have him in the 2 o'clock hour, but no. He can have the week off. He can have the week off.
Do we need to put Sip on retainer or something? Like something to where it's like if you come on, then you get like an incentive. We have to start incentivizing SIP.
You gonna pay him?
I could pay him in compliments.
Well, I guess that's what we'll be paying him in then. Rob says, random question for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct crew. Are the dudes in the time-saving traffic center, time-saving traffic center, say that 5 times fast, chilling in their living room or really in a time-saving traffic center?
They are really in a time-saving traffic center.
They are indeed.
I was one of those boys for a while.
Yeah, they're here. They're not at home.
It's suspended on a scissor lift. It's got a little shield over the top in case it rains.
So you can get all your afternoon traffic.
And they overlook the city to tell you where the traffic jams.
We have a new guy in there. I heard him earlier. He said, "Enjoy your weekend. It's almost Friday."
Yeah, he's sprinkling little compliments in there.
What if he would have been like, "This traffic report is a stanza, not a verse."
That would have been. I could have used that.
That would have been.
I would
very
have learned.
That would have been very funny.
Or he's not a helicopter guy either.
Who's that?
You remember the helicopter guy? He would give the. He'd be like, "This is your traffic report from the NRG helicopter."
Who did that?
Oh, that was Stein. Stein did that.
Matt did that.
Yeah.
See, Matt was usually he did the morning traffic, and so I didn't hear him as often.
Yeah, that was. I don't know how often he did it, but he definitely did it.
Matt Stein. What a wild guy that was. I miss Matt.
What a guy. He was really good at his job.
He's kind of the guy who started this whole idea of our traffic department getting all loosey-goosey with the reports.
He did actually really help us streamline how we did traffic, though. So
Traffic. He lives in New Jersey now.
Yeah, he's a Joyzy boy.
Matt Stein in New Jersey?
Yeah, he's out. He got out of the biz.
Oh,
he left radio.
Too bad. He was a good kid.
Yeah, he was indeed.
Well, in lieu of SIP canceling on us again.
You want me to be pretend Steve Sipple? You want to ask me questions?
Brandon Marcello, who we had here on the program not long ago, managed to crack the matrix. You remember dear old friend of the program, Dave Bartu.
I do.
Of the Matrix.
Miss Dave.
Bartu is always, and one of the things they do through all of the analytics that he provides, he provides this service to teams, teams that want to, basically have analytics. He provides a service to those teams.
Yeah.
Well, Dave has his coach rating index, and he's tinkered with it as every, good scientist does with the formula, make it as accurate as possible. So his coach rating index, as described by Brandon Marcello, as described through Dave Bartu, is a massive grading system with over 30,000 individual unit profiles and over 250,000 annual coaching result reports. If a coach was designated in an on-field role in that time span in either FBS or FCS, he's in the database with a career number rating and accompanying career star rating. Position coaches are graded on the cumulative play-by-play effectiveness of their unit. Coordinators are graded on per play efficiency, and head coaches are graded on their win-loss records, broken down and weighted by difficulty, importance, and 9 distinct categories ranging from expected close margin games to how they perform in games with equal talent profiles. So he's got a formula.
Essentially trying to figure out, all things being equal, who really are the best coaches.
By the way, it is also weighted too. So if you have a lot more talent,
if you're like Kirby Smart or Nick Saban,
if you have a lot more talent, it's weighted in such a way in which coaches who don't have as much talent get a little more of a bump if they win.
Yeah.
Because they're not playing with as many cool toys as the big boys are. So we now know Dave's top 10. The 10 best active head coaches in the FBS. Would you like to know them?
Well, I read the story, so I do know them. But maybe
tell me, John. I don't know.
Nick would like to know.
Tell me about the FBS coaches.
Number 10.
Not Nick Saban.
He's got a new job.
This legitimately surprised me that this coach was this high.
Jeff Brom.
Yeah, he's at Louisville now.
Jeff Brom, who is listed as a 4-star coach, which means he's in the 70th and above percentile, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But while his record isn't elite, as written, Consider the context of the competition and talent at the schools he's coached at Purdue. And it does weigh the difficulty and importance of games. So
it makes sense from that standpoint, but I mean, this is really saying that he was I guess above your skis is a bad thing, that he was just doing a great job.
He was,
and
he was doing more with less.
Obviously, this is also not just going to be about pure wins and losses because, I mean, as a head coach, he's above 500 by 22 games, but even still, last year was his best year and they still only went 8-4 in the regular season. It says a lot, and it says a lot about what Louisville got in there now, head coach.
What's going to be fascinating is then with theoretically a better situation in an easier, dare I say, conference, because he's not having to deal with Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, and the ilk, if he can continue this trend. Number 9 on the list.
This one, again, I was very surprised to see this name given how little experience he ultimately has.
Josh Heupel.
Yeah, only 5 seasons as a head coach. And they were super impressive last year. Now he is 46-16 overall, which, how about this? 8th winningest coach since 2018, which I wouldn't have guessed that. I thought that they were going to take a step back at UCF. They really didn't.
No.
Didn't think he was a great hire for Tennessee. He has been. They were awesome last year, and they beat Alabama. So he's got a nice pelt on the wall.
Yes, he does.
Real nice pelt on the wall.
And a lot of it comes from the fact that, I mean, look at how he turned that offense around.
Yeah, very fast.
Tennessee was 108th in the country in scoring offense before he arrived. Last year, they broke 23 single-season offensive records.
Wow.
School records.
Yeah.
At Tennessee. Number 8, which explains why they hired him despite his problematic past.
Yeah, that gives it away who it is.
Hubert Freeze.
Yeah, and I don't know if I would have had him in my top 10. I certainly think he's a really good coach. He's a really good coach. But he is a dumpster fire of a person. And so we'll see if he can be a really good coach again.
Yeah.
At Auburn.
Number 7, another guy who's had to do more with less.
This coach showed up on Not Frost versus the World.
Chris Kleiman.
Yeah.
Kansas State.
And I think the thing that's impressive about him is...
And remember, Bartu's also grading FCS.
Yeah, so he's got that stuff in the bank too. What's impressive is it seems like he is finding himself now at Kansas State. And in the eyes of some, they're the favorite to win the Big 12 again this year.
Number 6. Big Shirtless Jim.
Way too low. Obviously way too low. Maybe 5 spots too low.
Please. Yeah, old Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, not a surprise, but if they would have done this list, 2 years ago, I wonder where he would have ranked. Now, he still does have all the past success with Stanford to fall back on.
I think he'd still be in the top 10. Because remember, Michigan still had good teams.
Yeah, I know,
they
but
just didn't push.
But I'm saying after the COVID year, though, that was.
Yeah, but I don't know how much of that weighs in here, considering there were so many fewer games played. But it's hard, it's hard to argue because the guy's been a winner.
Oh, he's been awesome. Yeah,
he's been
for
an absolute winner.
Yeah, been in the playoffs 2 years in a row. He's won the conference 2 years in a row. Most success that program has had now since the Lloyd Carr era.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can, and all kidding aside with bits and such, we talked about it yesterday. They have a beat Georgia drill now. The question with with Michigan, is can they take the next step? They took the step that they wanted to take. Now there's another one to go. Can they do that too?
Number 5, Dabo.
Yeah, and again, I wonder where he would have been ranked a couple of years ago, because they have definitely taken a step back.
Yes.
Now, they're still a 10-win team on an annual basis. They're still going to be among the favorites to win the ACC, but they've taken enough of a step back that I think that this is a fair spot to put him in, even though there are going to be 2 coaches ahead of him that have not won a national championship.
Right.
As you'll see.
This is going to be rather interesting because you now have a coach in your league who made this list in Jeff Brom.
Yep.
And Florida State is on the comeback.
They really are, man. They really are.
And so all of a sudden, Clemson's stranglehold over this conference is, I mean, it slipped 2 years ago as it was.
Yes.
But now even their bounce back is going to be challenged.
We're going to learn a lot about them. I'm impressed that they made changes. I'm impressed that they brought in a new offensive coordinator in Garrett Riley, Cade Klubnik. It's going to be now his team, his program as a quarterback. So I am like props to Dabo because, I mean, he didn't make that move over the last few years, but they had taken a step back, and I think that they had to do something in it. So if you're a Clemson fan, I think you should be happy.
Number 4. Somebody who morons believe is on the hot seat.
Wow, you're saying Steve Sipple is a moron. Interesting.
Well, he did drop his phone in the midst of a very crowded gymnasium. Ryan Day.
Yeah, we'll see.
He is.
I mean,
this.
Dabo's had more success than Ryan Day has.
Dave doesn't have any biases with his numbers.
No, he's a really good coach. He's a really good coach. I'm also, talk about another program that I'm just endlessly fascinated by for all of the show reasons, of course, but also given the string of quarterbacks that they have had. Like, can they do that again? Because they've gone Dwayne Haskins, Justin Fields, and then CJ Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
First round. I can't wait to see if they can do something like that again, because it does seem like the offense might take a bit of a step back this year. So then can the defense, which has really kind of lacked those defensive line playmakers that they had like with the Bosas for a little bit. So can they do that?
He has not lost to a team outside the top 25.
That's like a Tom Osborne stat.
That isn't Tom Osborne's stat.
Tom Osborne, how many games to unranked teams did he lose? It's not a very long list. It's like Iowa State, I think a couple teams in the 70s.
Yeah, Syracuse. I don't think was ranked in 84.
Yeah, it's not a long list.
There's not many teams that were outside the top 25 that he lost to.
Yeah,
I would put the number at under 9.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find it in a quick search, but I can't. It's not a long list.
No.
Well, let's see. Here we go. 20 amazing stats. This is a Dirk Chatlin article. All right, let's see, because I think he has the record. Okay, here we go. In 307 career games, 3 came with Osborne leading an unranked team. Okay, that's when they were unranked. Okay, here we go. 255 wins, 58 came against top 20 teams. 2 more came against top 25 teams. He went 60, 37, and 1 against ranked teams. He had 49 losses, so he had 12 losses to unranked teams in 25 years, if I'm doing the math right. 12. Does that seems a little too high though, doesn't it?
It does. I'll do a little counting here during a break. Number 3. Lincoln Riley.
See, and I know I'm a broken record right now. Endlessly fascinating. He brought back Alex Grinch, and I don't know if that's really going to work out that great. So,
yeah,
that's the reason I'm not going to be bullish on picking them to like win the Natty, even though they have the best player in the sport in Caleb Williams. I don't know if they can keep outscoring teams.
No, I don't think they can either.
But man, he's the best quarterback coach in the country. He's the best offensive mind in the country. He just keeps doing this.
True.
And look at the NFL. Baker Mayfield, first overall pick. Kyler Murray, first overall pick. Caleb Williams is going to be a first overall pick. His worst quarterback. Well, I guess Spencer Rattler is one, but Jalen Hurts was a second rounder, and then he took his team to the brink of winning a national champion or winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
man, that's crazy.
No, that is true. Let's see.
You're still looking about Osborne.
I am. I'm curious because I'm really curious what that number is. Number 2, I mean, the top 2 are obvious. Curbs, number 2. And number 1, there is no late stage Sabanism. He's the man.
Was the man, John. Was the man.
Nick Saban.
And kind of far away. If you're looking at that rating, I believe it's out of 100, is it not?
Yes.
He's at 98.54 and Kirby is at 94.31.
And remember, this is weighted. So if you
weighted on past success, you're right. Good point.
No. But it's weighted in the sense that, you have to be able to outcoach teams that are more talented than you. And that doesn't happen very often at Alabama.
So I was reading the story. They started doing the CRI thing, this grading system, in 2009, which was his first undefeated season. Since in that time, since 2009, Saban is 175-19. 6 natties. Hasn't had a season with 2 losses in the regular season, with more than 2 losses in the regular season since 2010. Yeah, he's impressive. He's pretty good.
Very impressive.
Where are you at on your counting of Tom Osborne's losses to ranked teams?
I'm up to 7, and I'm
Unranked.
now in 1983.
Wow, so it is going to probably be 12 then. Because you mentioned 84 versus
Yeah,
Syracuse.
I was right on Syracuse.
And obviously, we still have Iowa State to go in 1992. Was Arizona State unranked?
Let's see. 85, 86. Oh, wait, 86. Oh, there's one. Colorado, you jerks.
Oh, yeah, that was as they began their kind of rise. No,
Yeah,
Arizona
they weren't there yet.
Arizona State. Oh, I just found another one, but you'll get
Not there yet.
Texas in 96 was unranked. That's the last.
Were they?
Yeah, that's the last loss he had to an unranked team.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's 12.
12. So that's nuts. One every 2 years, essentially.
Yeah. And keep in mind that some of those teams that he lost to that weren't ranked, 1981 Iowa, ended up ranked.
Exactly. Oh, Oklahoma in 1990. Did you mention them? They became ranked, but they were unranked at the time. They were because they had lost 3 games in a row. And then they also were
well, and of
from
course,
a
the mark
bowl.
that's the most amazing thing is he's only lost to one team that finished with a losing
And that's
record.
the Iowa
and that
State
was
game.
Iowa State.
Think
in
about that.
1992.
So it took until year, what's that, 20 or 19?
That would have been his 20th season.
It took until his 20th year to lose to a team that had a losing record. Scott Frost did that like every week. Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620. Ryan Day is 45-6 in 5 seasons. That's basically 1 loss a season. They were a botched field goal away from beating Georgia and winning a national title. It's crazy how he doesn't get respect. It is crazy how you will not give Ryan Day respect, John.
Yeah, it's crazy how I won't give him respect.
Again, my argument with Ryan Day is always he shouldn't be fired, but they will run him out of town if he keeps losing to Michigan. That's what they do there. They run coaches out of town.
Took a long time to run John Cooper out of town.
It's a different era, though, man. Much different era of college football.
He's going to be fine. A, because they won't run him out of town because he's really good. And B, because he's not losing to Michigan this year.
You said the same thing last year. Why should I trust you, guy who keeps predicting that game wrong? 2 years running, you keep saying it.
Wow, 2 years.
Yeah,
I ain't
again,
trending yet.
John, it's the Trump era since he won against them. That's a long time ago. Think of all.
Well, that's
the
because
changes,
Michigan had the sniffles in 2020 and couldn't play.
It's called COVID, John. COVID-19. They canceled the game. You remember the lyrics?
It didn't go like that. Have you written any more lyrics since we broke?
No, I've been taking a break from that because I'm doing my job.
Oh,
uploading podcasts
I
and
thought
stuff.
maybe you were arguing with Daniel again.
No, I'm cutting out the spirit of the day.
Great
to
job.
Save the audio.
Nick Grimm, the spirit of the day.
Find out tomorrow who will be our last spirit of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But that'll be tomorrow. By the way, also tomorrow, in addition to the return of the movie club.
Oh, yeah, we got to watch that movie. Have you watched it?
No. Todd Furman's coming back on.
Oh, let's go. Todd.
That's right. Todd Furman's going to come
Yeah,
back
you're
on the
welcome. That
program
was
and-
all me. I'm glad I could book Todd Furman.
Great get, Nick.
Thank you.
Very great job.
That's
Connecting
what I
with
do.
him, texting with him.
So
We're basically besties.
So we advise all pro football players not to listen tomorrow at 4:30 when he joins.
Yeah, don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I look forward to catching up with Todd.
Hell yeah,
See
man.
what's happening.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good talk, Sip.
Man, you know what that segment made me excited for? Football season. Wow. Did you get excited for football season with that segment?
No, not really.
How many days away is it now? 1,000? Are we up to 1,000 yet?
It's a long time away. I've stopped counting. It's so many.
I think I've got 1220. That's how far we are.
1,220 days from right now.
That is quite a bit.
Wow, that's
We
a
still have
long-
some content coming up.
Oh,
and more as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I pack a cooler for any possible excuse that I have.
Really?
I've packed a cooler at my house before to sit and watch March Madness.
Is this true?
Yes. I like getting a big old bag of ice and then, breaking up the ice.
This is a wild take.
It is. No, it's not.
You buy big bags of ice just to sit in your living room and watch March Madness?
I have done that. I don't do it.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Thursday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies along with mild and humid conditions. Temperatures only cooling into the lower 80s after sunset. For tonight, increasing cloud coverage. Another round of showers and thunderstorms possible after midnight. Some of these storms could be packing damaging wind gusts and also large-size hail. Overnight low temperature of 68 degrees. Mild and humid for your Friday. Partly cloudy skies with a high of 87. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. We're looking at some stop-and-go traffic on I-80 westbound between 108th and Q Street, as well as some more slow traffic on I-80 eastbound between 84th and 72nd Street. And we're seeing some I-80 westbound slowdowns between 42nd Street and 60th Street, as well as Dodge Road between 120th and North 132nd Street. And keep in mind that road construction with the roadway reduced to one lane at 2nd Street southbound at Harrison with stop-and-go traffic from Q Street. Tomorrow's Friday. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday evening. I'll see you back here tomorrow. I'm Taryn Prodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Everyone knows Saul's pays top dollar for your gold, but Saul's pays cash on the spot for your precious metals too. Silver, gold, platinum, coins, bars. Who wants to wait to get paid? Get to Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Saul's Jewelry and Loan. You'll find it all at Saul's Jewelry.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, 3/4-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
Your home is the place where you know your loved ones are secure. But the things that keep your home protected can't keep pests at bay. That's where RAID comes in. For 60 years, RAID scientists have worked to protect people around the world with trusted research, ingredients, testing standards, and product efficacy. RAID seeks to create a better future for all, especially the ones you love most. RAID, protection for all.
If you've got heart, come on out to Warner Park. We're gonna make some memories for the Chasers family.
It's fun for the whole family when your Omaha Storm Chasers take the field at Warner Park. Nothing says summer like take me out to the ball game, and you won't want to miss the sights, sounds, and fun at a Storm Chasers game. Single game tickets and group packages are available at omahastormchasers.com.
Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
Unsportsmanlike conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peters.
I can only keep track of rednecks when they have a number on the side of their car.
On 1620 The Zone.
I do look forward to Saturday.
Why? What are you doing?
Because NASCAR's racing on the streets of Chicago.
Oh, yeah, the Chicago race.
It's going to be fun.
I won't be watching.
Well, you're
I think
a loser.
we're going hiking on Saturday.
Hiking?
Yeah.
Cool.
It will be cool in Colorado, where the mountains are.
There are mountains in Colorado.
There's not much hiking to be done around here. Unless it's the
there's a
West
lot
Hills.
of trails here.
Yeah, there's plenty of hiking trails. My parents go
Yeah.
hiking like every weekend.
No.
Go to the bluffs. You can hike all over the bluffs.
Yeah, but like
Not
real,
you're not like that.
big
type
time
of-
hiking.
Yeah, not like that. Not like
big
that
time
type of
hiking.
Yeah.
John, clearly not a hiker boy.
Yeah, out on hiking. I figured you, with all your walking, would be into hiking.
Yeah, go on some
I'm
hikes.
not, I'm
with
not
Briggs.
into hiking because there's no places to really hike around here.
Mm.
And then there's the whole, you go to the mountains thing and you're worried about the bears.
The bears
Oh,
with the
yeah.
cocaine.
The wildlife and stuff. Ugh.
Oh, so if I die, blame in this segment, you jinxed it.
Mm.
Yeah. Who will your new co-host
Just
be?
say the Bears are not done, and then you'll be fine.
I suppose I could. I saw this put out from Open Doors. The folks who
My mom says, "Is there anything John Bishop likes?"
Yeah,
my mom
plenty of
loves
things.
hiking.
Well, that's fine. I'm not saying there's
There's
wrong
plenty
with
of hiking spots. I'll get you some spots, and I'll send them your way.
No, I would say I'm not.
You and your
it's
you
nothing
and
to
your
do with-
wife.
I'm hiking,
not a
John.
big hiker,
hiking, John. Walking around in the
there's no
forest.
place.
Hike, hike, hike. I wear boots in Patagonia.
Patagonia.
What?
Patagonia.
Patagonia.
You're weird. This was some research done by the folks over at Open Doors.
Yeah.
On NIL activity, basically where the money's coming from and what is being done for the money. According to Open Doors, nearly 80% of NIL dollars are driven from collectives.
Okay.
The other 20% is actual NIL, what we thought NIL was, what actually NIL stands for, selling your name, image, and likeness to sponsors and brands.
Yep.
So 80% is, let's just call it what it is, pay for play.
The John Bishop Patagonia pay for play.
Whatever that means. The other 20% is from
clothing
true
brand.
NIL.
Yeah.
However, the true NIL accounts for 80% of NIL activities, meaning people actually, doing things for the NIL.
Wait, explain this.
So if you do an autograph signing, if you do a commercial, if you do appearances, that's doing something.
A meet and greet at a hiking
Oh,
trail.
I see what you mean. Okay.
That's
yeah.
doing something. Hiking.
So 80% of the
hiking with
a fan group.
With a fan group.
A hike along.
A hike
Nice.
along.
And then you do autographs at the end.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense because the collectives just want you to play.
Exactly.
They don't care about. I mean, they are going to events. For the record, I've spoken with multiple people who are involved heavily in collectives, and there is like there are meet and greet type activities that are happening. But I mean, let's be real. It's also a lot just to play for them on the court or the field or wherever.
Exactly.
The ice rink.
Exactly. So I saw that. I was like, am I surprised by that? Of course not.
Definitely not.
Of course not.
Nope.
But it was some interesting research nonetheless. There was also a story today on On3 about the 20 most ambitious NIL collectives.
So it is just a list of collectives. What does it mean to be the most ambitious collective?
Well, I'm guessing it's in their aggressiveness of going after players, executing the deals, getting donors, those types of things.
Okay. Because I just didn't know if it was like shooting for the star ambition and maybe you don't land some guys, or if it was just a raw tonnage of numbers or money.
I think it's also, how many sports do you support?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are some collectives, it's just about the money sports. That's it.
Yeah.
There are others where they're dabbling in non-revenue sports. So this was a ranking of the top 20 most aggressive collectives. The first thing I noticed about this list, these would all be terrible names for derby horses.
Oh, really? That's a bummer.
Like, for example, the number one most aggressive collective, the Spire Sports Group. Bad name for a horse.
It's the Spire Sports Group.
Yeah.
That's
you gotta say it like that. It'll
That's
help.
Tennessee's collective.
Spire would be okay for a horse.
Coming down lane 2 from Spire, Tennessee.
Yeah, Spire would be fine. That's the number one, or was that 20?
That's number one.
That's number one.
That's number one.
Well, that makes sense, right? Because they're the one who signed the quarterback for $8 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that makes sense.
Spire has executed 1,400 deals since July 2021. They currently have 90 athletes on active contracts.
A lot of athletes.
And the Volunteer Club, which is the for-profit arm of this group, has procured $13.5 million in NIL deals.
Good for them. Good for Josh Heupel.
Number 2, most aggressive collective. The 12th Man Plus Fund.
It's the 12th Man Plus
It's
Fund.
Living
Cue it up,
Plus.
Nick.
Big shoes.
Big shoes.
And remember, this is one of the funds
Man, I miss that show.
that
It's
is,
a good show.
now able to get 12th man donors to turn some of that money over, and they get donor points for it, which is causing great consternation among the masses.
But it's good to be a donor.
Before you keep going, I have not seen this list. I'm very curious to see when you get to somebody who has won something of substance.
Number 3, the Division Street Collective.
The Division Street Collective.
That's Oregon.
Let's see. Have they won a conference in the last 2 years since?
And Oregon.
I don't believe they have since NIL came online.
Yeah. Number 4, the Texas One Fund.
Texas One Fund.
John, these 4 teams haven't even won their league. None of them.
Number 5,
I don't think any of them have won. Oregon won a division one time.
John Ruiz, a.k.a. Canes Connection.
Miami.
A.k.a. Miami.
They sucked last year. We are 5 for 5, and I believe there is a combined 1 division championship amongst these schools.
They're John Ruiz. Is that the name of the collective?
No, that's the
okay.
sugar daddy who's basically running the whole thing.
Yeah, he owns LifeLock.
LifeLock.
But he's having a bad time.
He's having a bad time.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but I've heard that he's having a bad time.
Number 6, the Battle's End.
That's a great horse name.
Yeah,
it's the Battle's End.
That's Florida State.
That's an amazing horse name.
Again, John, no division championships.
Number 7, House of Victory.
Also a good horse name.
USC.
They've won 1 division. Now, again, this is only 2 seasons again, but we have, what team number was that? 8?
That's number 7.
Okay, so that's 14 seasons if you just do 7 times the last 2 seasons. 2 division championships.
Number 8, 1 Arkansas NIL.
That's Alabama's.
Dumb. Yeah, of course.
Again, no division championship.
It's a bad horse name.
When are we going to get to a good team?
Number 9, the Grove Collective.
That's Ole Miss.
Ole Miss.
Every time we say Ole Miss, I want to say more like Ole, but I don't ever say it. I just want everyone to know that I hold back my sophomoric humor when we bring up Ole Miss.
What is that?
Boom. Also, no division championship in the last 2 years. They've never won the division. They suck.
Oh, they did a baseball last season. though.
Number
Congrats.
10, the Country Roads Trust, a.k.a. West Virginia.
Mountain Mama, take me home.
We are
Country
now
Roads.
at 20 total seasons, and we are at 2 division championships and no conference titles.
Number 11, the Matador Club at Texas Tech.
Matador's a good name for a horse.
Keeps
though.
going. Yeah, Matador Club. Matador Club.
It's the Matador Club.
Down the stretch.
Number 12,
Get whipped.
On to Victory.
That's
Auburn.
a great horse. That is I'm pretty sure that is a horse.
On to victory.
Yeah.
They have also not won the division.
We're finally going to get one at 13. The Valiant Champion Circle, Michigan.
So they have won the conference twice. Wow. It's crazy though, John. And again, this has only been going on twice, and there's only 1 team that has won a national championship since NIL came into existence.
And then Georgia comes in at 14.
It took till 14. That is really interesting. And I think what I take away from that is those other schools are trying to play catch up, and they're trying to play catch up in a very specific way.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia doesn't have to do this right now.
Yeah.
Because they're Georgia. Wow, that is really, really interesting. And I would say this too, because I've had a conversation with somebody who is like, look, don't trust the numbers. He's like, don't trust me if I say that I heard that. Because nobody knows for sure unless you see papers, unless you see documents. Like a lot of this stuff, there is some innuendo going on, and there is some hey, what is it? What is it? What is it? Still, though, it wouldn't surprise me if Georgia is that low. Wow. Fascinating.
Georgia's 14.
Wow.
Washington's 15. South Carolina 16. Oklahoma 17. Kansas.
What?
18.
I guess
Carry on,
this
my
is,
wayward
This
son.
is just sports in general,
Yeah,
right?
well, these are the collectives.
Okay, so that makes
Remember,
sense.
they got to. And then coming in at number 19.
Is it Nebraska?
This is a horrible name for a horse. The 1890 Initiative. That's a terrible horse name. Admit it.
Hey, it's way better than a bag. Well, I guess a bagman was fun though, but it was what, athlete brand and marketing.
Yeah.
Boo.
Kansas should name their collective Wayward Son, by the way. Not only is it a great horse name, it's a sweet reference, and it sounds cool.
The stanzas in that song were very good.
So yeah, Nebraska made the top, but you know who else? You know who made the top 20?
Who?
The team that was doing collectives before everybody else. SMU.
Oh, that's nice. What's theirs named again?
The Boulevard Collective.
That's boring. They should have leaned into like the Cars. Remember they had the Trans Am? Remember that? Remember all that stuff?
Could have.
My dad used to have a Trans Am.
Old man Doug tweets in, says, John can hike at Fontenelle Forest. My parents hike at Fontenelle Forest, John.
You know where Fontenelle Forest is at?
Fontenelle.
Sarpy County.
Oh, shopping.
Go Sarpy.com.
Nice.
Take me back. I want to do more
could.
commercials.
Hiking.
I'm just not
hiking.
I'm just not a big hiker, but enjoy.
I thought, but you keep saying you're not a hiker because we don't have the places to hike. So are you just not a hiker?
I mean,
you don't like
plan your getaway.
If I were to hike, I would want to do it in the mountains.
You want to do it big. Yeah. I understand.
Yeah,
I want to
mountain
head
man.
for the mountains of Bush.
I want to get into hiking more. Is my goal. I
think the bluffs are. I mean, they're not mountains, but it's as close as we're gonna get here.
Yeah,
the bluffs are nice.
So
there you go,
Bluff Boy.
I just love the fact that SMU is in there. It's just
pretty good.
There were some good horse names there in there, John.
Yeah, John, you're being a bit of a hater.
Yeah. What are you, me with the Fallout Boy version of We Didn't Start the Fire?
Yeah. What are you, him?
Sure.
The Fallout Boy version of We Didn't Start a Fire?
The fire.
Yeah, that. Whatever he said. Coming up, we got content.
What do we have in content?
Well, let's see. Oh, Matt Rule, slacking on the job.
Slacking? Who is he, Scott Frost?
Oh, no. Did he discover the golden tea machine?
We know what's happening.
They found it finally.
I know you'll be happy to hear this. J.J. Watt has found a new job.
Oh.
And we were kind of mentioning this off the air. But we're halfway through the major league season, and somebody is pushing 400.
Oh, we were talking about batters hitting 400.
And you know who it's not? That's Slacker Ohtani with his wimpy 306 average.
Wimpy? You mean that wimpy deer?
I'd like to see your 306 average, John.
Yeah, John. You probably would hit
I'm
one.
tired.
You'd hit one.
I had to have hit 600 in wiffle ball. Had to have. I was the Ohtani of wiffle ball.
Ohtani of
well,
wiffle
I was
ball.
better.
Were you
I was
pitching
better. I was better than Ohtani. I won championships.
Do they pitch in wiffle ball or is it a T-ball situation?
No. You pitch.
Okay.
Oh, you pitch.
I think, don't you float it?
No.
How do you pitch with
My dad would throw knuckleballs at us. It was nuts.
Nice. Your dad. What a guy.
Oh, yeah. You pitched in wiffle ball.
Nice.
But the way you could do it, you could make that ball dance. Oh. Because it's all on how many of the holes you cover in the wiffle ball.
Oh.
When you throw.
Nick fills holes is what we hear.
Do you?
Many holes.
Oh, in the froth.
Yeah, in the froth.
In the froth, of course.
In the froth.
There's holes in the chain link fence.
Have you ever lost a frisbee playing froth?
I have. The first time I went out on hole 2, I
Wow.
lost a brand new frisbee.
Did you have his backup?
No, but I found 2 more on the course that were unmarked, and the rule is if they're not marked, then it's free game.
So if it's
I
marked,
got
what do
to
you do?
this.
Do you leave it or do you call a number?
If it's marked, you either text or call the number, and
That's
then
so
you
nice.
organize a time to meet up and give
What
their
a
disc back.
community.
It's a cool community.
I find golf balls on the course and I keep them.
Yeah, but
thanks for the Pro V1, random guy.
The frisbee, well, I guess you're right. The frisbee is the equivalent of the golf ball.
They're like $20 a pop for a good one, so you'd like them back generally.
Robbie wipes his butt with $20 bills.
Yeah, must be nice.
Yeah.
And then uses them at the mahogany.
Here's your tip.
Oh,
Here's
$20 tip.
Here's my
That's a
pooped $20 bill.
That's a good tip. Well, I don't know. Is that a good tip for there?
I mean, if,
Oh,
not
yeah,
if you have
no.
a $300 meal.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
That's what you're paying the dude to park your car.
Oh.
Content is next on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Let It Fly Sports Bar is now open in the Capital District in downtown Omaha. Let It Fly Sports Bar is excited to introduce you to a unique twist on food, drinks, and sports, while raising the sports bar dining experience with a new high-end design and incredible food. Our 12,000 square foot sports bar includes 2 floors and a live glass enclosed studio featuring the Let It Fly show and 80 TVs. If you want high energy, entertaining environment while dining, Let It Fly Sports Bar is the spot for you. Now open.
Fireworks season is here. This week is a Zone Deal 4th of July Mega Week. Each day, we'll feature deals from businesses sure to make your 4th of July great. Half off. Check out our deals from Twisted Thunder Fireworks. And to fill your stomachs, half off deals from Cops and Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. All for half off. Don't miss this 4th of July Zone Mega Week at 1620thezone.com and click deals.
You ain't seen nothing. This is Ford Truck Month, America. Time to get up and get into Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 46 years straight. Like the Ford F-150 or the all-new Ford Super Duty. Or check out Ford Maverick and Ford Ranger pickups. So get into Ford Truck Month and see what a built Ford Tough truck can do for you. There's a great selection in stock and ready for delivery today. Based on 1977 to 2022 calendar year total sales.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right. Let's get to some content today. Here's the guy who's going to write his own version of We Didn't Start the Fire called, what was it called? It was called,
I just want to see if you can remember it.
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't realize he had another name for
Nick
it.
Dropped Out the Giant.
Oh, Nick. Yeah, Nick
Popped
out the
out the
giant.
giant.
Yes, that's right.
It's a
Thank
working
you.
title.
Yeah.
It might not be the final title.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? We
Oh.
haven't talked about this at all. Domingo Germán threw a perfect game last night, only the 4th time in Yankee history and 24th time overall. This comes a month and a half after he was ejected and suspended for 10 games after he was found to have sticky stuff on his hand. Does that take anything away from last night?
It doesn't necessarily take something away from last night, but the first thing I thought of when I woke up to the news, because I went to bed early last night,
Have you heard the news?
was, oh, I wonder if he had any illegal substance on his hand, or he
Hey-o!
had too much rosin mixed in with sunscreen or whatever the sticky stuff he was using. Because let's face it, that's what he's been most famous for the first part of the season.
Bingo.
Until last night.
Yeah.
But obviously they still do the random checks. So maybe the lesson to you is this, Domingo: you don't need to cheat to
That's
win.
true.
Or in the words of
Listen to
a
Carrie Underwood.
1989 pop song, we don't have to take our clothes off to have a good time.
Nice.
That was an actual song, by the way.
I'm sure it was.
So the funny thing too is, you remember in the game he was ejected from, he was perfect through 3 innings to start that game before he was found to have had it.
Yeah.
Does it take away anything? No. Are the jokes a plentiful? 100%.
All right. Omaha Central lineman Caleb Pyfrom picked Illinois. That's it. Rule has lost the state to a conference rival, no less. How soon before Rule is packing? his still not moved in family to leaving town.
The thing that I take umbrage with there with Nick is he says that Iowa is a conference rival.
No, Illinois.
Illinois is a conference rival.
Well, they've
despicable language from Nick Grimm.
Well, they've.
Sorry,
Ron.
We debated for years if Iowa was a rival, and now we're just going to claim that Illinois is a rival.
I mean, they have gotten the better of Nebraska.
Or did Nebraska say, "Sorry, not enough room there, friend"?
This was not a terribly surprising decision from Pyfrom. It was leaning this way. Listen, you're not going to get everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I think if anything, it says more about just the talent that's now here in this state.
It's crazy.
And quite frankly, based on the level of coaching and the level of development, I don't know if we're going to see as many of the violent ebbs and flows as we've seen in the past. I think this is something that can be relatively sustainable, where you'll get a half dozen to close to a dozen kids who end up at Division I school, which will be good for Nebraska.
Yeah.
But it'll be good for others too, and it'll be good for the kids.
Could be good for high school football around here.
Yes.
Think of the children. ESPN ranked the rosters in the league 1 to 32, and the Chiefs came out on top. The Eagles, Go Birds, Bills, Dolphins, Fins Up, and Bengals rounded out the top 5. How great is this list, Josh?
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, the Chiefs have the best player in the league, but I don't think their roster is like the best roster in the NFL. But I mean, if
they have one of the Kelseys,
yeah, and he's good. But again, like their wide receiver core isn't what it once was. Their running back core isn't what it once was. Their defense is solid. Like I think the Eagles roster is better than theirs, top to bottom. I don't think the Bills have that good of a roster. Like unless we're just going to put all of the weight on the quarterback, this is top to bottom roster.
Don't put any more weight
like
on
the 49ers belong in the top 5. Their roster is awesome.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I just like they're obviously weighing a ton on just the quarterback. Because four of these 5 teams have really good
where the whole thing breaks down. Dallas is number 6.
Yeah, they should be higher than that. Their roster is awesome right now. It is. They won't do anything, John, but it's good.
Great roster.
It is. It's good.
It's the best.
It's so good. Can't wait to lose in the divisional round again.
Luis Arias
yeah.
Arias of John Bishop's Miami Marlins is hitting 396. There are 81 games into the season. There are 81 games left. Can he do it? Can he hit 400?
No, probably
I
not.
almost owed a quarter there.
But
Listen,
listen,
say for honey.
There are
no, but I like that.
Honestly, there are 2 records I would love to see at least threatened. One would be the 56-game hitting streak.
And this is the other one?
And this is the other one.
Which one would you rather have see get threatened?
Oh, baseball.
Because they're both long, like 56 obviously is over a third of the season, or almost a third of the season. This is a whole season. I think the 56-game hitting streak would be cooler to see someone go after. Because it's the end all be all, right? Like hitting 400 would be cool because it hasn't happened in 82 years.
Right.
The 56-game hitting streak, though, you would pass one of the best baseball players of all time. Do you know who Joe DiMaggio is?
Yeah, he's in We Didn't Start the Fire.
Do you know who he was married to?
Marilyn Monroe.
Look at Nick with baseball facts.
Well, it's because he,
sex facts.
Marilyn Monroe also got into JFK's secret tunnel.
Oh.
There's a secret tunnel in the White House.
What are you looking at? Longest hitting streak?
I'm looking at who has the current longest hitting streak in Major League Baseball.
And
16 games.
See, that's my pick. For those 2, I'd rather see that because it's just nuts.
Who does that belong to?
Jordan Walker.
Of course.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Can he do it? Sure. Will he? No. I don't think that 400 is possible anymore. I would love to be proven wrong, though. Who's the last guy that got close was Tony Gwynn, right, in the 90s?
Oh,
with or without the
well,
roids?
define closest.
Like 3 in the 390s.
Oh, I thought you were talking hitting
sorry,
streaks.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't think Tony did steroids.
Oh, straight edge.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, Tony did not do steroids. Tony was
Sadly,
as
he's no longer with us, though.
Straight lace as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
By the way, longest hitting streak this season, Marcus Semien of the Rangers had a 25-game hit streak.
Oh, wow.
Yet another thing that Ohtani hasn't done. I mean,
How good can this guy be? He can't even hit in 56.
I read the
games.
article that asked if he was the GOAT yesterday. It was very good. I almost.
I'm sure it was a great.
It was really
article.
good.
I'm sure it was a great article.
It was like he's maybe the GOAT.
Guy's never hit 400. Never had a perfect game.
It's hard to argue.
Never
with these
turned an unassisted triple
more
play.
baseball facts. What if he did all those in the same game? Well, I can't hit 400. I can't hit 400. That'd be awesome if he did all that.
It would
in the
be
same
possible technically.
It'd be pretty cool.
Attendance is up 7% across all of Major League Baseball, which means profits must really be up in a lot of places where you look at these average ticket prices.
Well, congrats to capitalistic Nick on caring about ticket prices and attendance being
You're
up.
not a TV ratings guy. I'm not an MLB ticket prices
The
guy.
average price to a Dodger game is $209.
Wow. Is this buying directly from the franchise, or is this okay? Wow, so their average tickets. Now, of course, a lot of that is going to be built around the expensive seats. Like you're still going to have really cheap options, but wow.
Wrigley Field, $141.
Dang.
And you want to know the price for success, San Diego? You want to pay all the big salaries? It's $140 on average to get into a game at Petco Park.
Expensive.
You don't even get to pet the pets.
Don't even get to pet the pets.
No, you don't.
Sad.
According to the Grand Poobahs of golf, the new PGA Live Laugh Love Cooperative will be called PGA Tour Enterprises. And according to PGA executive Tyler Dennis, it's very clear that the PGA Tour will be in charge. Does this make you feel better about the Saudis buying golf?
Oh, man, I feel wonderful. They added the word enterprises, which is a fun word to say. They say it's very clear who's going to be in charge, and I definitely believe them. So, yeah, no concerns.
Yeah, no, it's always that way when someone has the majority stake in a business that they just turn over all control of that business to other people.
Yeah.
And have zero influence on how anything is run. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen here. But we'll see. I saw that Nick Faldo today said that Liv's just going to disappear.
Yeah, that Live is going to die for sure.
Yeah,
die on the vine. Real quick, did you see the ticket price for the K? Because Mike comments on YouTube. The K, 19 cents. What are the average prices for?
I don't know.
Hoffman?
It's just a top 10 list that we had. I'm guessing that,
certainly on the secondary market, those things are cheap. I'm going to some Rockies game this next weekend.
I want to go.
Those tickets were insanely cheap. It's crazy.
Because they're not good.
Yep.
No,
Thanks to the Rockies for sucking.
They're not good.
Making the bachelor party weekend fun.
But they did win a series against the Angels.
People forget.
Are you looking forward to J.J. Watt joining the NFL on the CBS?
What's he doing?
I think he's going to be on the studio on occasion. I don't think he's doing any games. I think he'll be on the set with JB and
Bill Cowher,
Billy C and
Phil S
and Phil S,
Nate Burleson
and Boomer E.
Boomer E. No, he speaks in. He's one of those like, you got to pay rent every day if you want to live, brother. I don't know why it went into Hulk Hogan. I'm not a huge J.J. Watt as a person. Like, he's a good person. He's a genuinely good human being.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like his
demeanor.
His shtick.
Oh, it's like me with Joe Burrow.
It's like Nick with It would. He's just kind of annoying. He's a nice guy, though.
I don't have the negative reaction to JJ, but I guess I just don't listen to him in his try-hardiness.
See, that's the way to describe it. He's a try-hard.
Too much.
Well, he will now.
But again, it goes back to it is hard for the great players to turn into great commentators. It's not easy.
No.
Because some of them just can't relate.
So
now we'll see.
can.
We'll see. I mean, JJ might break that mold. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But Hannah, how many voices do you need on a pregame show?
Great question.
Put him on some games. Let's see if we can do some games.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? It rained today. Finally. How did you enjoy this morning's dumping of moisture upon Omaha and Lincoln?
Again, I wish it would have been more. It was only 0.2 of an inch at my house.
Someone texted us, I think, and it was about an inch, I think, or maybe a half inch.
Wow, congrats.
I was very happy that I took Banks out right before it started. Oh, it was sprinkling a little bit, but we got inside, and then went into the office to work, and immediately, boom.
I hated it, but not because I hate storms. It's because I always sleep really well in storms, and I get really comfy when it storms.
And you had to wake up and get ready for work.
So, like, I wake up and it's storming outside. It's like, I don't want to leave bed.
Yep.
What's this?
Yeah.
I want to be cozy in my bed with the storms.
Yeah, that is a bummer.
Big bummer. Josh.
Nick.
You finished The Bear season 2 last
Hell
night.
yes, I did.
Why should friends of the Grum that haven't watched it or even heard of it give it a go?
So it's on Hulu. If you have Hulu, why should you give it a go? Because it is one of the best TV shows of the last few years. It's about a restaurant in Chicago.
Owned by a bear?
Really good characters, really interesting characters. Man, it's just acting was great, writing is great. I loved season 1. Season 2 was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Okay.
That, John, I know that you're trying to figure out like what you're going to watch next. This would be the show that I would recommend. I think.
Yeah, but you said that they make reference to the 2003.
It's just like a
NLCS.
tiny little conversation.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get tiny little triggered.
No, you're going to enjoy it because of the way that the guy tells the story. He's a Cubs fan. The guy who tells the story is a Cubs fan.
I was tormented by that.
Yeah.
To this day, I want to see the Miami Marlins just get evaporated into the sun.
I was thinking as I watched that episode last night when that scene happened and they talk about that, I was thinking what it would have been like if we would have been working together and then I had to work with you the next day. And I was thinking, man, I think that he would be in like the worst mood ever. That had to be like the worst day of work. And then they played another game and they lost that game too. That wouldn't have been fun.
Yeah, it was brutal.
And I was sad too. I wanted the Cubs to win, but obviously you're a diehard. At least you have 2016. The greatest year ever, says John Bishop. 2016.
It was.
What
Everything about 2016.
Nothing was bad.
Amazing year.
2016.
It's a great year.
Many are saying.
It was a fantastic year. I can't complain.
Can't complain.
It's going to be a really depressing part of the song, by the way.
2016?
It's going to be rough.
Oh, Nick is writing this from a Cleveland perspective. Yeah, he's very sad. Rain delay. Who hit a home run? Didn't someone hit a home run after the rain delay? Or was it before the rain delay?
No, it was before the home run. Cleveland hit the home run. Rajai Davis hit the home run to tie the game.
Oh, I thought that for some reason I thought the Cubs hit a home run when they took the lead. My bad.
No, that was Ben Zobrist, who from
Ben
what I understand,
Zobrist!
won the presidency.
He got at least one vote.
He did. He got a vote, and that was the only vote that mattered, and that was mine.
That was the only vote that matters.
Which is
1%? Is that what Connor was saying?
Oh yeah, he got like a percentage of the percentage.
Uh-huh.
A very small one.
Indeed.
Well, bet of the day.
Nice.
It's coming up next. Freaking Dodgers.
Oh, so that means you both lost.
Yep.
So are you going to blame Nick?
Yep, because you stunk up my bet of the day.
The Rockies won, though, so that's cool.
But doesn't matter, Nick, for your bet of the day.
1620 zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, three-quarter-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
Those of you who've enjoyed the cigar lifestyle for any length of time are keenly aware of the enviable reputation of Rocky Patel. Impeccable flavors and aromas, flawless construction. So allow me to ask, how would you like to attend a Rocky Patel event at Hearth Cigars on Friday evening, June 30th from 6 to 9? There's plenty of free food, live music featuring the Dive Kings, and of course specials on Rocky Patel's. Talk about a perfect start for a long Independence Day weekend. Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, I-680 and Mormon Bridge Road.
There's Unlimited Pro, Unlimited Obsidian, Unlimited Mini, Unlimited No
At
Limit.
Cox Mobile, we know other mobile companies have puzzling data plans. Shouldn't it be easier? That's why Cox Mobile has 2 simple plans. Choose between pay-as-you-gig or unlimited and change plans anytime. Finally, something that actually fits you. All while running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Cox postpaid internet required 5G reliability is measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Results may vary. Not an endorsement. Wi-Fi not tested. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Usually, to get a skybox view of a Nebraska football game, you need to be a drone, a hawk, or a fighter jet. But sitting in an actual skybox is a lot more comfortable. So, enter the Nebraska Lottery's Lucky for Life ticket snap. Until July 10th, buy a Lucky for Life ticket and enter for a chance to win Nebraska football skybox season tickets or other great ticket prizes. Sure, fighter jets are cool, but there's no legroom.
Lucky for Life top prize odds 1 in 30 million.
The Nebraska Lottery offers up a lot of fun with a variety of daily games like Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day. How much fun, you ask? Think of it like riding a roller coaster. Sitting next to your favorite rock star. Or discovering a bunch of cash under your seat.
Yeah!
Sound fun? Then play today.
Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day top prize odds vary by game.
We've all had this happen. Somebody says something about a thing, and then a couple of days later, you see an ad for that thing pop up on your newsfeed. Weird, right? Well, in an honest attempt at not being weird, Langfeld Overhead Doors would like you to remember them when you or your friends need a new garage door. You can trust the professionals at Langfeld Overhead Door to repair or replace your garage door. You can also trust them not to listen in on your conversations, because that's weird. Langfeld Overhead Door, 402-234-2700.
Storm Chasers fans, assemble! Join us Saturday, July 22nd for Marvel's Defenders of the Diamond. The Storm Chasers take the field with Marvel-inspired jerseys available for auction in-game. Get your Marvel character costume ready and buy tickets today at omahastormchasers.com.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
Old creepy guy.
The 1620. The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the unsportsmanlike conduct bet of the day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You've gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, as we mentioned before we went to break, the Astros, well, we didn't mention the Astros. The Dodgers ruined John and Nick's bets of the day.
Ooh.
The Brewers, they'll beat the Mets. So I picked that series correctly so far. I'm going to go with the Stros tonight. Houston at St. Louis. Houston minus 120. Give me the Astros.
I'm going to take the Cubs and the Mets. Plus 205.
Nick?
Just give me the Rockies. Plus 162.
All right. That's the bet of the day. Iowa.
Pretty simple. Simple, direct, and to the point. Tomorrow, I mean, will anyone be out there? Well, you'll all be out there. You'll probably all be driving to wherever you're going this weekend.
Yeah, will you be listening to us?
If you are, you can partake in a One Beer Friday with us. Or maybe some of you have already left. Maybe some of you have already said, you know what? We'll just take Friday off. We'll just leave on Thursday.
Uno cerveza.
Wow. And then we'll already be where we're going to be for the entire weekend. You might have done that.
We have some... sorry.
Make sure you take some pictures and let us know where you're going to be. And we can enjoy a One Beer Friday together.
And tomorrow is kind of like clean out the fridge day.
Oh.
Because something fun begins next week on Friday. Thankfully, we have some stuff. There's a shandy in there from last week if you'd like that.
Oh, there is a shandy. That was a good shandy.
That was a good shandy. And then a bunch of other stuff too.
Yeah.
So there you go. We should probably throw some stuff away in there.
We probably should.
Do we still have that 40 in there?
I thought I got rid of those.
Okay, we got rid of that. Well, that's good.
There's some old stuff in there.
There's definitely some old stuff that we
clear
got
it
to get
out.
rid of. Yeah. So we'll do that.
You think we could just like pawn it off on people at work on Friday?
Just throw it in the trash.
Like, here, take this.
I mean, I guess you could.
Here's the
Put
bad
it outside with a sign that says free beer.
Free to a good
But you
home.
have to be 21 to take
It's
this.
rescue beer.
Rescue beer. That's true. There you go.
Yeah, no, we're not going to create any illegal things around here. Tomorrow, Kent's Movie Club is back.
Boom!
And Todd Furman will
Road
join
to
us.
El Dorado.
Road to El Dorado. Got to figure out when I'm watching it. I'm busy tonight. I might have to wake up early tomorrow and watch it in the morning.
It's only an hour and a half.
It's only an hour and a half. That's nice.
I think there's a part you're really going to like, Josh.
Is it my turn or is it your turn?
I don't
Get out
remember.
the Excel spreadsheet and tell us. gonna be.
Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow.
Okay. I think I might have a pick if it's my turn.
See you later.